Good morning, colleagues.
Morning
Nanda.
and
Morning,
welcome.
good morning.
Welcome, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
We're just waiting to get housekeeping rules out of the way and we'll get started.
Okay.
So I was going live on YouTube, so that's what I was doing. I'm now going to start with the house rules. I'm going to share my screen. Welcome to WRC Salga launch for the Water and Technology and Innovation Forum. Today is our day 2. We're starting at 10. We'll finish at 1 o'clock. This is our house rules. Housekeeping items. We request that delegates make use of the Q&A chat function to post all questions. These questions will be answered either live or as typed response by any of our selected panel members. Use the chat box to share general comments, ideas, and engage in our session. Delegates may raise their hands to indicate that they need to say something either to the host or any of the panelists, and wait for the facilitator to call on you to unmute your mic. And presentations will be shared via email after the event. This is how you access the Q&A function. At the bottom of your screen, next to participation, there's a Q&A box. Just click on that. That's where we'll be able to track all our questions. So a panelist will either type in or maybe answer them live. And then this is our day 2 program. Oh, this is day 1. This is day 2 program. We have Ritabile as our facilitator. And then we finish at 1. Thank you. I will now hand over to Zama to play the video, and then we can hand over to Ritabile. Zama, there's some, oh, okay.
We all know the problems facing local governments in South Africa and in fact in many places in the world. We also know that municipalities, our cities and towns, are the real theatres for change and transformation in the system. We also know, and we have signed up to, through our minister, the Global Acceleration Framework and the Decade of Actions to ensure that by 2030, everyone in every town, in every village, in every city in the world, in this country, has access to safe water, clean and dignified sanitation. For this very reason, we are investing in this partnership between the WRC and Salga to ensure that our towns and cities and villages in this country have access to the best technologies that exist in the world today and the ones that are most appropriate for our environment. We also want the best science solutions and the heights of innovation on how to implement them and how to organize for the operations and maintenance inside the system.
Thank you very much for that video, Zama. I'd like to hand over to Mama Claudine to just give us an overview of the changes on the program, and we'll get started after that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ritabile. Good morning, colleagues, and welcome again to the second day of the launch of the Salga Water Research Commission Tech and Innovation Forum. We had a very lovely day yesterday, and we look forward to today's session where we'll be showcasing our innovations. I just wanted to share some of the changes to our program today. The changes will be with only session 3, where firstly, the closing remarks will be done by Dr. Valerie Naidu instead of Mr. Desigan Naidu, the CEO of the Water Research Commission, who unfortunately cannot be with us today. And then the other element of session 3 was we were supposed to be running the survey today through a poll throughout the day, and then we give some results of that survey at session 3. By denoting the time, we just think that it will be best to do the survey post this launch. So we will be contacting participants and the broader local government representatives to please kindly participate in the survey at a later stage, not today. So that's where the changes are for today's session. So they're only affecting our program session 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Mama Claudine. I think now that we have taken those formalities out of the way, we can get started. I'd like to welcome you again, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to first acknowledge the dignitaries, some of who may be present today and some who are absent but were part of this program yesterday. I'd like to acknowledge the Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, a representative for the Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, Mr. Jorgen Kool, Salga President, Councillor Tembing Kadimeng, the Chairperson of the Water and Sanitation Working Group, Councillor Tamin Gubani, and the CEO of WRC, Mr. Desigan Naidu. And to all of you ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this second day of the launch of the WRC Salga Water Technology and Innovation Forum. As you have heard yesterday, for those who were able to attend, this is one of the 7 platforms that have been set up to address the water and sanitation challenges in the country. Mamushodi has already highlighted that yesterday was quite exciting. It was a great day. It was inspirational. And I think one of the things that we can take away from yesterday is that we have the political support from our political principles, and there is a political will for this timely forum. And now it's time for us to act and become more practical. A lot of speakers emphasized on the need to act swiftly, to act creatively and collaboratively, so that we're able to realize this Sustainable Development Goal 6. A particular Councillor Nkadibeng emphasized on reimagining partnership. And that notion of reimagining partnership, which led to the establishment of this forum, came through very clearly in the panel discussion that was had yesterday in the afternoon. But there were also some sobering statistics that were shared by Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma around the fact that if we don't do anything now, 20% of the world's population will live under extreme water scarcity conditions by 2025. So as a result, ladies and gentlemen, today we're beginning to talk about practical steps in achieving that SDG 6. I think it's the CEO of WRC, Desigan, who said we need to change these approaches, 20th century approaches of solving problem to 21st century challenges. And therefore, today is about innovation showcase. We're showcasing programs, technologies, and some of the initiatives that WRC, Salga, and some partners within the ecosystem have started or established. So my name is Retabile Melamu. I work for an organization called the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is an innovation entity of the Gauteng province. We're really honored to have been requested to facilitate the first of these two sessions this morning. This first session is divided into 3 slots. We'll get opening remarks from WRC and Salga colleagues. We'll then go into the second session, which will focus on investments and benefits of technology and innovation in municipalities, water boards, and in the housing spaces. The last session will begin to explore some of those or showcase some of those programs that were mentioned yesterday that the WRC and Salga have established. So the heads of those initiatives will give us a 10-minute overview of what they're doing, and that will give us an opportunity to identify areas of potential collaboration. So to get us started, I'd like to call upon Dr. Valerie Naidu to help set up the scene for today. Val, yesterday you put a lot of emphasis on this concept of reimagining partnerships, reimagining process innovation, and issues of how to practically influence policy. And I'm glad you as WRC, in this partnership with Salga and other partners, you have begun to reimagine how partnerships could work. So I'd like you to perhaps explore that a little bit more and help set the scene for the rest of today. Thanks. I'll hand over to you, Val.
Thank you, Retabile. So I'm going to share my screen. Is it coming up?
Yes, Val.
Okay. So colleagues, I suppose what we discussed yesterday was some of the bigger issues. I think William did a good job of framing why it's needed, some of the big issues of non-revenue water, circular economy, how do you get energy from our systems, how do you actually drive innovations more effectively into the sector. So this is a continuation of that story. And so I've basically said that today's talk is really about Tech and Innovation Forum, the journey, and to give you a little bit of insight as to why we're taking this route. So if you look at, for example, funding in the water sector, we can say we've had a steady increase, right? And when you look at those sorts of numbers, you say, well, what's the problem? It hasn't gone down. But actually, if you look at it, there's a very small percentage of the GDP, and that's only 0.0069% of the GDP. So that's one aspect to look at. It's not nearly enough in terms of really driving an innovation culture and innovation ecosystem. The second thing that we started to look at within the WRC and why we were looking at this, we also starting to have these conversations with William at Salga, with various other entities, was that when you look at the WRC funnel, you'll find that we tend to have innovations increasing. We're driving an innovation culture within the WRC. And so, year on year, we're steadily increasing that. And we're starting to ask more questions around the type of innovations that are coming through from some of the knowledge products that we're producing. And so we can say essentially there is a healthy funnel of what I call knowledge, know-how-based products, and what I call hard tech or technological or business model type products that are coming through the WRC. And even if we look at the three horizons, McKinsey's three horizons of growth, you see about 70% is situated in the space of improved performance, practice, etc. And 30% is geared towards market shifts, changing the way we do business, changing the way we manage water. And these are linked to the low carbon technologies, the generation sanitation, new models, etc. In our portfolio, you also start to see that we work 50-50 with universities and SMMEs. And you may ask, well, why is this important? I think it's important because as you start to analyze all of this, you're analyzing it towards your return on investment. And the return on investment is not the return on investment to the WRC, but the return on investment is not even the return on investment to just the sector. The return on investment is whether we have established viable companies that are able to take this knowledge out, or can we basically transfer this knowledge and replicate it, amplify it in the sector in order to change behaviors, practices, and the way we do things. We also then started to do a tech transfer audit. So around 2008, the IPR Act came about. And in that act, it gave basically the responsibility for universities to record patents. Prior to that, the WRC actually recorded the patents. So we see from the water-related patents that across the different universities, they have different levels of patenting success in the water space. But what we did see was that while we dropped, because we lapsed a lot of our patents, the universities, we did not see a corresponding increase in that patents. And so there's a conversation there in that ecosystem partner to also have. And then if you look at water-related IP that is not commercialized, 75% is not yet commercialized. So we've got lots of patents sitting there, but we haven't actually, looked at it and seen whether it can be commercialized or not. And it's a link to a myriad of factors. We also look at the tech transfer offices, and we see that they range from mature to still in infancy. And also our analysis suggests that maybe they're not self-sustaining at the moment. So therein also lies a job to be done, I suppose, by DSI. And then we looked at each project that we were taking and scaling up within the WRC. And in this space, there's two things. If one looks at an innovation chain and we say, how do you convert science into wealth? And wealth doesn't necessarily just mean monetary. It could mean that you have made a sizable difference in the way you do something in the water sector and how you provide services, etc. When one looks at that model, it's pretty linear. You look at it and you say, okay, if I just go through this very structured process, I should get to the end. And I think within an organization that is basically controlling its own investment strategy and decision-making, that's fine. But where we sit in is a collective. We're a collective, and as a collective, this chain is not linear for us. Different people come into the chain at different times. So when we started to do an analysis looking at some of the tech, looking at when the ideas were generated, how were they converted into products, and then what is the diffusion around this, you start to see it's a highly complex space from a national innovation value chain perspective. And basically, it's iterative in this space. And if you don't have the right partners, you essentially to that stage. We also, when we analyze, it says, it takes like 20 years to get between the knowledge to some sort of scale up. And it's always linked to whether you had enough money, you had the right partners, the universities commercialize it to a partner that would then take it on, the private sector come in and support it. So diffusion was very limited. We have one or two success stories in terms of where tech was put in some of the municipalities, but not in all. And so replication is a problem in that way. And so you also then understand that the market development won't occur if it's just one or two that's taking up a tech. Collaboration is limited across the sector. And I'm not saying that there's no willingness. I think we're very willing to do bilaterals, but we tend to not necessarily get into these kind of groupings and say, okay, there's a tech, we're all going to put money towards that. And we need different things to be done in order for us to get this tech as close as possible to the market before an institution takes it up and is able to buy that. So that handover between university and technical officials within institutions needs to be improved. I think also startups and licensing between universities and commercial companies is also too small, and that needs to be improved. So over the years, we've looked at all of this, and we've come out with this model that we think could be a model that actually starts to shift, because it doesn't mean you're going to do all the steps, because some steps may be just around market access. But it does mean that to some extent, by asking these questions, you then understand how to take your technology or your solution or your innovation into the marketplace. And so what do we want to change, and why is very critical if we're all moving a set of or a cluster of innovations in a certain space. So something like, the big challenges of what are the low carbon technologies, in terms of just transitions, et cetera, around that space. That's a big problem. And that's not a problem that a single academic solves or a single institution solves. It's actually a collective that has to come on board and look at what's in the marketplace, but also what can we adapt and what's new that's required. So the policy toolbox, again, bring the policy guys in. Market access and development is really critical. At the end of the day, especially when you're putting a tech into a municipality, that municipality is only confident when he's able to issue tender specifications that have limited risk or risk that he can manage. And so it's important to get to that stages. So the tech toolbox, the demonstrations are critical. How do we create the business toolbox? How do we bring investors into the water sector? Not to fund the water sector, but fund the private sector so that they actually become better at what they do. They're able to expand, they're able to grow, and they're able to do business more effectively. And then finally, for municipalities and institutions, how do we embed these innovations or cluster of innovations? And this is really about building capability. You cannot use people that essentially have yesterday's skills on what is now becoming quite an integrated space between digital platforms, between nanotech, between the new energy sort of models, the distributed infrastructure that will be available in future. It requires a different set of skills, whether we're upskilling people or bringing in new people around data, etc., into municipalities. Then I thought I'd put this slide up. I did this about 3 years ago, and that's some of the discussions that started as well with Salga. It was like, what do we do in order to be able to take some of these innovations more effectively? And yes, innovations can fail. We can get to the end of the line and say, this is not effective. But before you get to that stage, you still have to go through a series of structured processes. And so at the end of the day, I put out the fact that we need to strengthen the ecosystem. So I hope this platform does that. We need to strengthen the innovation culture, the mindset. And I hope, again, this is the starting point around that. We needed to optimize funding. So there is pockets of funds everywhere. And I think somewhere along the line, we need to, if I may look at what Imran said, how do we actually make choices and fund, and then together and collectively, reap the benefits of that success. And then I want to speak a little bit around the coordinate and bundle of funding space, because in this space, maybe here is one of those reimagined spaces. Here I was thinking, like, how do we bring private sector more to support the private sector startups and the companies that are bringing innovations in, so that they themselves and public sector can invest in that as well. But I do think that private sector, who likes to deal largely with private sector entities, that's where they need to come in, and we need to influence that space. It doesn't need to be purely a public sector space. But public sector still has to bring some crowdfunding into the space in order to bring, to scale up some of those technologies. And I think, reimagining a space where if every municipality, at least up to the B2 municipalities, signed $1 million into a pot for the sector around scale up, not development, that is covered in other aspects, and then choose the kind of technologies that we want to scale up. How many more MUS models, for example, do we want to do across the villages to see whether that's the appropriate model in order to get water and sanitation services to villages and small towns? So that's the kind of thinking I think that I would like us to have more and more of, and start to stretch the boundaries or push the boundaries, both in terms of some of the, as I would say, our own man-made boundaries from national treasury, etc. We need to increase the strategic innovation partners in the water sector. And of course, today is exactly what we're trying to do, is strengthen the collaborative platforms in the sector. So I want to just leave you with this, because the one which says innovations essays is kind of innovations that South Africa has created. And the reason I'm bringing it up is that innovations come from different spaces. You can get it from highly technical, academic, seasoned professionals, like we see with the CAT scan and the heart transplants and the retinal cryoprobe, which was really in the medical professionals, and these were doctors actually practicing that came about creating these things. Or we can just do it because there's a need. And for example, Pratley, which was one of the glue that they used, I think, on the moon landing spacecraft, is something that somebody created because they were looking for something to stick, in an electric box. That's as simple as that requirement or need was. Creepy Crawly, again, somebody that just felt that cleaning his pool was a bit tiring. So what I'm trying to say here is innovations come from both sides. They come from sometimes the people that are not in the water sector as well. And we need to be open and aware and observant and be able to catch on to this as well. In the water sector itself, BNR, I think we've done a good job. I'd like to see it replicated into a kind of a masterclass. I think we're really doing ourselves a disservice now with a lot of the municipalities because they basically are not managing it well. But AquaTrip, MUS model, social franchising model, are those are kind of things that will help us change the way we do business in the water sector. Definitely needs to be taken up. And things like eutectic freeze crystallization, that's been going on for ages, and it's gotten quite close to the end, and we haven't quite figured out how to do that. And I think we need to do that a lot better. So I'm going to leave you with those thoughts that we have a lot in the pipeline. We've also missed opportunities, but we have opportunities to actually take these innovations and move them forward in the sector. So I'm going to leave you with this. Join us, and the next part of the journey begins. So we hope to have much more insightful discussions, but also action-oriented discussions with our sector partners on this tech and innovation platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Val, for setting the scene for us. I think you shared some sobering statistics that we're sitting with 75% of the IP that hasn't been commercialized yet. There is funding available, but that funding needs to be unbundled. And I hope as we converse today and in the coming months, we'll be able to, reimagine those partnerships, as you rightly pointed out, especially roping in the private sector. So with that, mindful of the time, I'd like to call upon our next speaker. And our next speaker is from Salga. She's going to help set the scene for partnerships and the Streamliner initiative that William talked extensively about yesterday. Councillor Xanthia Limburg, she's the national chairperson of the Municipal Innovations ICT in NICT in Salga. Councillor, the floor is yours. Is Councillor here? William, are you able to assist, please?
Yes, she is here through you, Chair. I see she just unmuted herself. Councillor Limbeck, you may proceed, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's an honor to have you here. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and apologies for the delay on my side. I had connectivity problems. Firstly, good morning to all of the esteemed guests and the diverse range of attendees that we have this morning. I'm incredibly appreciative on behalf of Salga to be able to participate in today's program. So thank you very much for granting me the opportunity. I won't necessarily elaborate on
Councillor, can you hear us from your side? We've lost you a little bit there. Hello, Councillor. Colleagues, it appears that Councillor Xanthia Limburg has some connectivity challenges. We'll give her a minute or two, and if she does not come through, we'd like to proceed to the next agenda item, and we'll give her an opportunity when she gets back. So if you could please indulge us to wait for a minute or two, and then we'll get to the next session, which is the one after the opening session. Thanks.
Perhaps, Chair, through you, it's William from Salga. I could engage the councillor that we will give an opportunity once she's ready, and perhaps we can proceed in the interest of time, please.
Okay, thank you very much for that, William. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that sort of closes our opening session, which we'll come back to at a later stage. The second session of this morning is going to talk about focus on investments and benefits of technology and innovations in municipalities, water boards, and in the housing space. And the first speaker that we have here is from eThekwini Municipality. His name is Mr. Ednick Msweli. He's the head of water and sanitation at eThekwini. He's the head of eThekwini Municipality, head on water and sanitation at eThekwini Municipality. Mr. Msweli, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Tabine, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. If I'm a bit soft, I'm actually down with flu, and I hope I won't be coughing and sniffing throughout the session. So hopefully I'll last that long. But let me share my presentation here. Sure. Can you just tell me when you can see it?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I do understand, I think the ministers that were here yesterday are not here today, but we do want to just acknowledge them in their absentia. And also acknowledge the WRC and thank WRC and Salga for affording us as eThekwini the opportunity to speak here today. I think this comes from a long relationship that we've had with WRC. We've had a long relationship. Well, Salga is, we always say that those are our shop stewards. As municipalities, they represent us. And but we are also grateful as eThekwini for the partnerships, the many partnerships that we've had around the space that we are talking about today. We've had the opportunity to work with the likes of the World Bank, and we are grateful for that opportunity. AFWA, we work with them, and many other partners that we've worked with over the years. So we are quite grateful for that. I think my presentation is intended to bring a perspective from the municipality side, and we've been fortunate to take part in some of the work that has been done, and therefore we will just very quickly go through what we have learned and what we have experienced. Colleagues, you see in the picture there, one of them I think is here in this webinar, Terry Count, and he went to China to receive that award for us. And I think that award was also, as you can see in the slide, was for innovation. This is an award that we got in December 2019. Some recognition of the work that we have done as eThekwini Water and Sanitation. So this is just to set the scene in terms of what eThekwini looks like. It's quite important, an important context, I think, to appreciate what we are dealing with. I wish, I know my colleagues from Cape Town, for example, are here. I wish eThekwini was like Cape Town, where you don't have so many rural areas, perhaps maybe not as many informal settlements, but our situation is like that. It's 55% rural, and that in itself says a lot when it comes to issues of sustainability, because in theory, you've got about 55% of your population that would not pay for services. Most of them do not pay for services. So that's your first challenge that you have. But the topography is quite challenging, very hilly, and a third of our population is informal settlements. Again, I won't go into all those details, but it's just to put a context, even in terms of the infrastructure that we manage, about 12,000 kilometers of water mains. I saw the colleagues from Mgeni Water, they were here yesterday, I don't know if they are here today, but we buy from Mgeni Water close, I think actually this year, we've hit the 1,000 megaliter mark, but our projections are that we will buy about 990 megaliters a day of water. I will say a little bit more about that in the slide that's going to follow, because you'll see the challenges that we are facing that are relevant for what we are here about today. . some of these slides we've used over the years and said how South Africa is a water scarce country. I want to say the same for our municipality in eThekwini. And as I said, there's a slide that's going to have the graph that will explain a bit more what we mean. But for technologies, which is what we are discussing here today, we need technologies that are going to be relevant in the context that we are working in, where we do not have an abundance of water. That is now a reality. And that graph that I'm going to show you will show you that it's no longer something of the future. We are actually, for eThekwini, we're actually there now, where you don't have enough water. If we were to continue the way we are doing, you wouldn't have enough water to service everybody in our city. It's unequal service provision. That's what we inherited. In our case, we have this line that we call the waterborne edge, which says that people outside of that line is not possible for them to be serviced with waterborne sanitation. That is a reality. Whether we like that reality or not, there is a waterborne edge, and we need, again, technologies that are going to be realistic to what we are dealing with, because it's not possible. If one were to deliver waterborne infrastructure outside the waterborne edge, we will need 4 times, 5 times the city's budget that we have now. And all of us know that that is not possible. This proliferation of informal settlements is a reality, again, that we cannot look away from. They are there. The city has actually scaled down on the provision of housing. There was a time when we used to build about 16,000 houses in a year. Now we are around 5,000. I think there are reasons for that. But what that leads to is that then more and more people are going to go into informal settlements. So it's a reality that is there facing us. And the technologies that we explore must also be able to address these communities that live in informal settlements. I think I told you earlier that is about a third of our community. So you cannot, it's a significant size of our community that lives in these informal settlements. So this is why we're quite excited and very keen on getting involved around finding innovative solutions, because right now that's what's going to assist us. There are budget constraints, there are resource constraints. We need something that's going to work with that constrained environment. So we have an MOA with UKZN. Professor Chris Barkley is here. He spoke yesterday. We have an MOA with them. That is really helping us quite a lot in terms of conducting applied research where we don't have the capacity to do it internally. This is the slide I was referring to earlier. It's quite an important one because it shows you here there's a custody transfer point. The colleagues that are familiar with our infrastructure will understand that there's a custody transfer point that we have with Umgeni Water, where we take water from the Western Aqueduct. And this is one of our biggest infrastructure projects that we've implemented, the Western Aqueduct. And this slide shows you the history just between 2019 and 2020. I didn't go back further than that. But you can see that at that point, we've been buying more and more water from Umgeni Water. And that's because the infrastructure is there for us to take more water from Umgeni. But what this has led to, firstly, the first observation is we now have access to more water, but we still have areas that experience intermittent supply. And we couldn't understand why, if there's more water, why is that water not enough? Because that water wasn't there before that. So we've added, there's one area called Gwantengezi where we've added about 40 megaliters a day going just to that one area. But at the same time, there are other areas that still don't have water. The reality is that as much as we had access now to more water, but that water went, most of it, maybe half of it, went into properties that have illegal connections. So it's not households that can pay us. It also went into properties, some of which were not metered. And so part of the loss is going there. But the reality that I want to bring from using this slide is that just adding more water is not a solution. Even if we double what we take from this point, it will never be enough if we come with technologies that are going to demand more water, because the system is already constrained. The Smithfield Dam that we are all waiting for can only happen after around 2030 or so. So there's not going to be new water until that time. And it is for this reason that we think it's important that when we look at technologies, sanitation technologies, that we look at non-sewer systems. We advocate that, we support that, mainly because the reality for us is now out there. We do not have more water to give the people, so we've got to make do with what we have. So that's one problem that we are facing, is there's not enough water for everyone. The second problem that we face as well, if we continue like this, is the sustainability of the water business. In the last financial year that ended on the 30th of June, we were about 550 million rand short on our budget to pay Umgeni Water. I think the colleagues know of Umgeni. So if we were to continue and just give people what they want and what is not sustainable, it means every year I must somehow find 550 million that will not be provided for in the budget. So we cannot also afford that. I cannot also afford to keep increasing the tariffs, because our tariffs, I think, are already high. If you do that, sometimes it's counterproductive. You will increase the tariff hoping that you're going to collect more money, but what it leads to is just more illegal connections, and you still collect the same, if not less. So based on, this is the reality for us, that we need a different technologies, different thinking that's not going to require me to buy more water from Umgeni Water. Therefore, this is then becomes our vision, is we want something that is sustainable, because we want to enhance sustainable water and sanitation management. We want something that will be sustainable, that will help us to provide water and sanitation services to everybody in an equitable way, environmentally and socially and financially sustainable. So we are fully aligned to the Nexus approach and the vision to achieve those SDGs, and therefore we are grateful to be part of the projects that seek to achieve that. This is maybe the waterborne edge I was talking about. The areas in the red are within, and the areas outside that are not shaded red, most of them would be outside of the waterborne edge. So this is the reality that we have at the moment. Those that are within will have waterborne sanitation, but I think when we innovate enough to the extent that where people even that are within the waterborne edge will willingly accept a non-sewer solution, and because we're working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation around the waterless toilet. If we can take that even there, there'll be more water to use for other purposes. But that's what we provide. VIPs, we are trying to eliminate, to do away with them, but we still have a few. We have about 30,000 left. And the urine diversion toilets and the community ablution blocks, this is what we currently offer. So the approach we've been following with the partnership that we have with the UKZN, WRC, and Salga is one of piloting before going to scale. It assists us. There's a few trials that we've done where some of them you can and say, look, this one won't work, and you don't go full scale. And there are others where we are quite hopeful that if we take them to full scale, they'll change our environment significantly. So we are quite happy to be the guinea pigs. We don't mind it if it's going to help the cause. But we have learned also over the years that you cannot do anything unless you have user acceptance. We learned that in the early days of urine intervention toilets. And we found in those days that if we went back and educated communities more, user acceptance increased. And if you didn't do that and didn't consult them, the user acceptance dropped. Political buy-in, obviously, our councillors are our decision makers. If you don't have their buy-in, no project will work. So we've learned that you need to do that. And then you need to continuously monitor and improve. For example, we are doing that quite closely with the ablutions, community ablution blocks. We are, as much as it was quite innovative at the time, and we think it was a good technology to adopt, but some things, because we are continuously monitoring them, we are starting to pick up, for example, that the maintenance costs are a bit prohibitive. And therefore we are starting and would like some assistance to look at some other technology that will not have the same challenges. But we've got to continuously monitor. It might be relevant at a point in time, but there's always time to move on to something else. We subscribe to the notion of the full sanitation value chain, where you don't just go and build a toilet and walk away. You need to look at the whole value chain. And in that process, non-sewer solutions. I think we think they're going to, where there's recovery, so resource recovery, we think that that would assist us because it will have those ticks. We have put those 4 bullet points at the bottom. Non-sewer solutions will definitely lead you will result in those whatever I've listed there. We have been part of the field testing, and there's quite a few prototypes that are being tested in our city. And as I said earlier, we are very happy to become guinea pigs because you've got to start somewhere. So since 2017, we've been working with the BMGF, Belinda, and the Gates Foundation, WRC, UKZN, and we are doing this field testing. And some of it is quite promising, and I think we are quite happy to do more. But we would like to then get to a stage where we decide what is worth taking forward, and so that then we can scale up a bit. But we are part of that. We are part of the STEP initiative, and we have a formal MOA with the WRC that is currently going through. Sorry, that's currently going through the approval processes within the city. So through the engineering field testing platform, we think that you achieve again what I've listed there as real world testing. It's not lab scale anymore. It's you are there, you're testing it in the field, and you're getting real feedback from the community. And we think it's much better because you'd rather hear of the negatives at this stage and deal with them early enough than go full scale and later on find out that whatever you were trying to implement was actually not acceptable to the communities, for example. So we've been part of that, and we are going to continue to be part of that. So what is needed? This is from our experience to set up this field testing. I think I've touched on the municipal will that you need the support of the municipality and the councillors and council. So we always start our processes that way, and try and enlist the support of our political leadership. We have, fortunately, we think we have the backing of Salga, but we think that's quite important. We wouldn't want to go it alone without Salga. Relationships with communities, that is absolutely important. I think Professor Barkley touched on it yesterday, because whatever you are going to test within a community. So if they reject it, then you have issues. So we've learned our lessons that you need to engage the community and really pay attention to that. So what are the benefits for the different role players? For the municipality, we get exposure to innovative and progressive sanitation solutions. We get an opportunity to collaborate. I've mentioned earlier the collaboration that we have with the likes of World Bank, BMGF, AFWA, whoever we're collaborating with. And through those collaborations, you learn. You don't have to make the same mistakes that have been made elsewhere in the world. So you learn through those collaborations and improve fast. But for us, it's bringing the services closer to the people. I have mentioned the waterborne edge that if we don't go with non-sewer solutions, then it will take, even if we had water to take waterborne sanitation to those communities, that will take forever. So at least through this process, we're able to get there quicker. The developers, obviously, they have a safe place where they can test their products. They can generate the data that they need to make decisions. And then they can get feedback from the users, and the end users will benefit from the technology that will have been developed. I think that's been our journey as a eThekwini municipality. We're quite excited, and we are still here to continue taking part in these collaborations. Thank you so much, Rotary.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to assure you, Mr. Msweli, you sounded just as good, so don't worry about your cold. Thank you very much for that extensive presentation. There's a lot that is happening in eThekwini. And because we have time constraints, I'm not going to share my sentiments. I will do so at a later stage if we have time. Just to alert everyone that Councillor Xanthia Limburg will join us a bit later at the end of this session. But without any further ado, I'd like to call upon this virtual stage, Mr. Morgan Padayachi. He is the Senior Manager for Innovation, Research and Development at Rainwater. Morgan, I'd like to really challenge you to please save time for me if you can, 10 minutes if you really can, will be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible enough?
You sound like you're in a cave. So if you could please pick up your speaker.
Right, just hold on for me.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me now, clearly?
It's slightly better. Are you able to tweak slightly more?
I'm going to just fiddle around a little bit. I think that should be fine now, right?
That's a lot better. Maybe let me just switch off mine. Maybe it will even improve if I do that.
All right. Yeah, sure. I'm going to try to stick to your 10 minutes. Doubt it though. It's an interesting topic. Great presentation from Queenie. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Morgan Pediachi. I'm the head of innovation at Rand Water Group of companies, and excited to share this platform with Salga, WRC, and indeed the listeners on this particular platform today. I've been requested to speak about investments and benefits of innovation at a water utility. So rather than delve into the game-changing exponential technologies that Rand Water is currently embarking upon, I thought it'd be appropriate to share with you the business model and the structure that we adopt. Because innovation cannot happen in an unstructured process. It's a structured process. And in order for you to get maximum bang for buck, maximum return on investment, return on capital, intellectual capital or physical capital, one needs to have a structured process. So my presentation is more along the lines of the governance and the policies of innovation and how we make things happen at Rand Water. So,
Morgan?
Yes?
Apologies. We still have a bit of a sound problem. Some of my participants can't hear you clearly. I'm not sure whether you're still able to tweak slightly to.
Just give me a second. I'm going to put on my microphone.
Okay, that will help. Thank you.
All right. Are you able to hear me clearly now?
I can hear you clearly, but you sound far.
Is this a lot better?
A lot better. And you're welcome to keep your video off for the time being. Maybe that will improve the sound as well.
Yeah, no problem.
A lot better now.
Great stuff. Let's proceed.
Okay, please go ahead. Thanks, Morgan.
So my presentation is structured. I'm just going to pull this up properly on this side. Yeah, so we're going to have a background about innovation in general, the key risks and challenges that are impacting on the water sector, innovation approach to maximize the investment potential, because that's what this presentation is about, and then indicate to the colleagues around the table that, look, we open for collaboration at Rand Water. For most of you that don't know, Rand Water was established in 1903. We're a water utility in Gauteng and supplying other provinces, which includes Mpumalanga and parts of the Free State and Northern Lephalale as well. Our distribution network is continuously expanding. We are growing into new regions, so we are exposed to different sources of water. So the need to innovate across various elements of our water value chain becomes increasingly critical for us at Rand Water. The one thing which I did indicate a few seconds ago is that innovation, whilst it's a creative process, we at Rand Water would like to think that it's a very structured process. In order for us to get from A to Z, we have a structured policy in terms of how we monitor innovation, how we assess the projects, how we implement these projects, and certainly in terms of innovation projects, we implement them at full scale. And I'll talk about that later under de-risking of technology adoption. There are typically 3 tracks related to innovation: optimizing your current processes and systems, augmenting your current processes and systems, and then mutating, or what's referred to as disruption in innovative terms.
We have changed that into a hybrid model, which I'll talk about later. We've combined 1 and 2 to give you innovation adoption. And in terms of invention, we talk about innovation invention. So at Rand Water, we'd like to think that, look, these are the principles for innovation in the water sector. Our scale may be different, far more larger than some of the municipalities and other utilities, but the concepts and the applicability is just the same. So these are some of the risks and challenges that are impacting water utilities and municipalities. And certainly there's a heightened awareness around items number 1 and 2 regarding credit and debt management and no tariff increases for water utilities. Imagine a water utility such as Rand Water or Mgeni Water now not having tariff increases for the years ahead. How do we manage this? How do we drive efficiencies and effectiveness? And certainly one of the key areas that we think that's going to grow our business to become more effective and efficient is innovation. The other challenges we've spoken about in day 1 and day 2, but item number 8, the lack of identification, assessment, and successful implementation of technology and innovation is something which we think is a risk in the country. We've seen many innovation initiatives that have started up, a lot of media around it, but have not delivered. So the question is, what went wrong? What were the lessons learned? And this is where we plan to share with you some of our learnings, lessons, and best practice. So we're coming through a COVID crisis. We've seen the numbers decrease. Most of us, in fact, all of us are working remotely. So seeing these opportunities emerge from this crisis is not the same as being able to capture them or seize them. One needs to prioritize innovation. And the question is, how do you go about prioritizing? Where do you start? Is it needs-based? How do you go about delivering on this particular mandate? So we at Rand Water, under our new chief executive, Mr. Musai, we have a new strategy. Our strategy is called an innovation-driven risk-based strategy. Everything we do in our strategy is about, 1, managing our risk, mitigating our risk, and overcoming our risk through the use of innovative technologies, business processes, models, systems, etc. All of these exponential technologies and systems and processes are at our fingertips. But like I've been told this morning in several discussions, innovation or technologies is not the panacea for solving your problems. You need to have a systematic approach towards planning and implementation to make sure that the results or the desired results are achieved. The bottom line there is stimulate, grow, and enhance competitiveness of Rand Water or any other utility. That's what we focused on in terms of our new strategy. Our massive transformative potential, you would see more about this in the next couple of weeks and months. Rand Water has just established a Rand Water Institute, and there are many pillars under this institute. One of them where I reside is the Rand Water Innovation Hub. And currently we're trying to look at how do we grow our business from scarcity to abundance, from single markets to multiple markets, from single products to multi-products, from credit risk to financially sustainable. So this is basically the core concepts of innovation at Rand Water, and I'd like to share more details about that. Our overarching goals in terms of our KPIs is, if you look at the arrows that are focused upwards, it's about increasing business growth, increasing our revenue, increasing water sources. The previous speaker spoke about different water sources. Of course, how do you go about treating these different water sources? Skills and capability. It's well and good to actually bring on these technologies and solutions, but do you have the skills? Are you looking at the future skills? Or are your job descriptions the same as 5 years ago? That warrants a lot of attention. If you look at item 5, water quality, how do we improve water quality? Through the use of sensors and analytics and new forms of water treatment technologies. How do we improve asset performance through the use of artificial intelligence or through the use of data analytics and sensors? And how do you create new products and solutions which you can take to market? On the other side of the coin, how do we use innovation to, 1, drive down our energy cost? Apart from raw water cost, energy cost is the second highest ticket item for Rand Water. So we have a lot of focus in terms of hydro and solar energies, etc. Chemical cost. How do we find that the market for chemicals is continuously driving up the prices. So we are looking at producing our own chemicals. How do we reduce waste, sludge beneficiation? We spoke about that yesterday. In terms of water losses, which is a national problem, we've just piloted a technology which uses satellites to capture leaks on drinking water pipelines with 100% accuracy. How do you look at pipe burst or minimizing your pipe burst? And how do you go about reducing cost of doing business? You can still hear me, right? Correct?
Perfectly, thank you. Thanks,
All right.
Morgan.
Just checking in, doing a quick check there. Right, so these are the key success factors which will drive innovation in any business, whether it's a water utility, a municipality, a pharmaceutical company. I'm sure most of you are aware of this. You need proper leadership management support and their participation, not just talk, but actually getting involved in the actual implementation. You need resource allocation. The funding models, we'll talk about that later, but the people, the technology, and the collaboration. You can't do this alone. So who do you work with and why do you work with them becomes very important. I'll talk about 3 just now because that's probably the most important thing. Item 4, 5, and 6 talks about having the right teams, the right culture, and the right infrastructure, the facilities to conduct innovation. And then the collaboration locally and globally. I'll share with you what we're doing at Rand Water. And of course, what's in it for me? How do you go about rewarding your staff? Okay, remember some of your innovation initiatives are going to fail. There's nothing wrong with that because you are learning and you're learning exponentially and you'll never do it again, but those skills are there and they are captured. So if you link that to a knowledge management system within your organization, that becomes a priceless exercise. So I want to go back to number 3, which is agile supply chain management. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about what is stopping us from actually taking the innovation process and catalyzing it even further. I'd like to say that, look, at Rand Water, we've optimized our supply chain management processes. We're quite comfortable with that at this particular point in time. But the key point is at National Treasury policy level. How do we influence policy to basically enable innovation? We know that National Treasury have got what's referred to as an unsolicited bid proposal document, but we know that doesn't work. From a practical point of view, it is onerous. You will end up in compliance challenges. So we at Rand Water, we've taken a decision not to focus on the unsolicited route. We basically go to market on open tender on all our projects for innovation and collaboration. We use the multiple award system, which means that you can appoint up to 5 contractors or consultants or innovators. And we basically test that at full scale. I'll share with you more about the full scale. But what happens thereafter? I mean, you've gone through your innovation and piloting process at full scale. You've challenged, you've shortlisted 3 to 5 companies. You've benchmarked them against each another and against your existing process. And then you end up with one very viable, lucrative technology solution product offering. The question then is, what happens then? How do you beneficiate that within your organization? That's where most utilities in South Africa are getting stuck. And that's where we now have decided that together with the Water Research Commission and other parties around the table, we would like to present or prepare and design and present a white paper to National Treasury indicating them, look, these are the areas or the pitfalls in your process. How can you unlock that? Yes?
Apologies for interrupting you. The delegates are asking you to take your presentation into slide mode, if you don't mind. We can see yeah, fantastic, thank you.
Okay, so did you get the last part of what I said, right? Because that was the important part in supply chain.
You can repeat it for a few seconds. Thanks.
All right. Yeah, I think from our side, in terms of the beneficiation of that solution innovation, it becomes very important that National Treasury relook at their policies. And we're going to try and influence that. So together with the Water Research Commission, the Department of Science and Innovation, we want to create a white paper that we can present to National Treasury. And certainly we will invite the municipality, Salga, etc., to participate in this process, such that we can have an informed, well-baked document which we present through to National Treasury. So these are the thematics that we have decided upon at Rand Water in terms of our innovation focus areas. There are 9 key areas, all right? From renewable energy to circular economy thinking to smart grid and artificial intelligence, towards alternative water treatment technologies, pipeline asset management, skills of the future, material science, and fintech. These are the areas that we have decided to invest on because these are the areas that, 1, present a risk to the organization, but 2, when we have the right solutions in place and implemented at full scale, will give us the maximum return on investment, the maximum return on skills, the maximum return on resilience and sustainability. So we've thought about this long and hard, and these are the 9 focus areas. They may be applicable to other utilities in its entirety, or at least part of them, we'd like to think. In terms of the value chain components, what we've noticed after studying the global market is that best practice indicates that most leading water utilities have mastered the art of adoption of technologies and solutions. So rather than focusing on invention from scratch, which I'm not saying you shouldn't do, but rather than putting most of your capital or your resources into that particular area, we at Rand Water have decided, look, in terms of our initial forays into the innovation development, let us master the art of actually looking at new technologies, assessing these technologies, working with partners from the industry, co-developing it, and then implementing it. So there's a fast track process in terms of innovation adoption at Rand Water. What does that do? One, it gives your engineers, scientists, operators, or just about anybody in the organization the confidence to learn from this, to apply it. New skills are developed. And once you start developing those new skills, together with industry partners, you are then able to enter into what's referred to as invention. So we have a hybrid model, as you can see in front of you, which is on a time scale. We're focusing on innovation, adoption, and adaptation at Rand Water, and then into invention. Both of this is currently happening at Rand Water, but I must say that most of our focus right now is on fast tracking the exciting innovation adoption projects we have at Rand Water. If we look at this particular model, which is our governance model, you would see on the top here, it's referred to as ideation and innovation pilot and testing. And on your right-hand side, you have planning and infrastructure needs. The one thing which I can tell you is that unless these two components are in synchrony with one another, you are wasting your time. You may be piloting a new technology or solution, but you've already built new infrastructure which is not compatible, and vice versa. So it's very important that innovation does not take place in isolation. It's very important that you work with your colleagues in the organization, particularly in the planning space, to make sure that when your innovation is ready, when it's been beneficiated, it is ready for full-scale implementation in your organization. Then in this top triangle, you see our key pillars that we focus on. But here in these 9 blocks, our key thematics, I've spoken to you about them at length. From a governance point of view, we have the Innovation Hub, and that reports into IPOC. IPOC is our formal committee, which is the Innovation Piloting and Oversight Committee. It is chaired by an executive of Rand Water. We look at assessing new technologies and solutions. We look at appraising them. We look at monitoring the evaluation. So there's a very disciplined and structured approach towards one, understanding the needs of the organization, 2, understanding the technologies, the solutions, the processes, and then 3, to making sure that it's implemented and implemented correctly without any wasteful nature. That then reports into Top Management Committee, which is chaired by our Chief Executive. This slide therefore gives you a very good understanding of how serious and how high a priority innovation is at Rand Water. And certainly in terms of best practice, if you want to be able to show maximum return on investment, you need to have this at one of your top 3 priorities in your organization. This slide basically talks about some of our projects at Rand Water, and you would see that over the last 5 years, most of our innovation projects are now in the disruptive nature. We're looking at disruptive products and services and disruptive processes. Naturally, in the utility, you will always have the incremental innovation, and it's wanted, it's warranted, and it is very good. That's referred to as operational troubleshooting or optimization. Very important, needs to happen. But if you want to change your business, if you want to disrupt your business, if you want to create maximum competitiveness, if you want to become the leader in the world, you need to start focusing on the other quadrants. And as we move into invention, we start moving into the radical quadrant. So that's our journey at this particular point in time. I must emphasize the next slide on test bedding. We have agreed at Rand Water that any new innovation or technology or solution needs to be implemented on our test beds. Our entire network, whether it's our primary treatment works, whether it's our secondary treatment works, whether it's our distribution network of pipelines, our entire network is a live test bed. And it's very important to do this because it's very important to understand life cycle costing. It's very important to be able to test a solution in full scale under, of course, control conditions, but where you get the results to facilitate effective comparison. So de-risking technology adoption at full scale level is extremely important. I think the previous speaker spoke about this at some length in terms of the valuable opportunities for the collaborators, where they have the opportunity to test their product or solution on a full-scale basis, such as a live network, such as Rand Water's network. And secondly, for the engineers, scientists, or just about anybody in a utility such as Rand Water, you have the opportunity to learn from it, to understand it, and to optimize your skills. So that was on test bedding, right? So this is basically using our live network. Going forward, Rand Water is in the process of creating a state-of-the-art 6-star innovation hub building. This is going to focus on testing of new technologies and solutions. So in addition to our test bedding facilities, we're also going to have a very formal structure, a formal building, which indicates what we're planning to do. Some of the areas we're looking at is 3D manufacturing, nanotechnology, new material science. You do know, or you should know, that we have the largest pipelines in the world in terms of our pipelines range from anywhere from 1.5 to about 3 or 4 meters in diameter. They are in steel in nature. So we're looking at alternative materials. I spoke to you about chemical manufacturing opportunities and on-site generation of these chemicals, the renewable energy center, something we're calling the energy factory, and testing facilities. At this particular facility, it's not just for internal Rand Water use. We will focus with, we will collaborate with our partners in the industry, both public and private, SMMEs, as well as academia, and both local, nationally, as continentally, as well as internationally. And this is a schematic, well, pre-COVID, this was the schematic, but we know that with the remote working, this particular schematic may change. But by and large, it's just to give an indication that we are taking this very serious, and we're looking at a 6-star rated building with renewable facilities as well. So this particular slide here, I know I'm running out of time, but I've spoken to you about the thematics. I've spoken to you about the operational model as well as the projects. I've spoken to you about all the centers of excellence we plan to have with our innovation hub. What comes out of that is new skills, all right? So if you look at some of these new skills that are coming through for Rand Water, they can come through for any municipality or utility as well, customized for yourself. And then new markets, okay? So as you start to diversify your offering, these are some of the new markets that you may wish to enter. Of course, you can't do everything alone, so collaboration is extremely important. This is a slide that's been adopted from the World WRF. We want to work with manufacturers, OEMs. We want to work with investors, venture capitalists. We want to, of course, work with the regulatory compliance departments and portfolios, definitely with research community, consultants, and universities. So at Rand Water, we have a global footprint in terms of a collaboration. These are some of our partners: the Global Water Partnership, AFWA, UNESCO, IHP, and IHE, as well as WaterNets and professorial chairs. Through the CAO portfolio, particularly in the Scientific Services Division of Rand Water, who have done some sterling work on the use of professorial chairs, together with the Engineering Division, we go out on a procurement process every few years, and we appoint professorial chairs. These are some of the professorial chairs that we've appointed. We work very closely with them. The synergies are incredible. You also have your employees who are able to work on these projects. They're able to transcend from masters into PhD students. Those skills are directly still relevant and prevalent within your utility, such as RAND, and therefore it's a win-win for both parties. Some of our other collaboration partners, the Innovation Hub, Ritibile, I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yes,
together with Science and Technology, CSIR, Water Research Commission, etc. So this particular slide.
Morgan, I'm going to be rude and ask, we have doubled our time, so if you could kindly wrap up in a minute.
So I'm going to wrap up in a minute.
Thank you.
We've jumped 10 years forward, so the whole aspect of digitalization, as we're moving into a smart water utility, we see the areas of sensors, monitoring and forecasting, data processing, VR, digital twins, and blockchains, really, really important for growing the competitiveness of a utility or a municipality, and certainly maximum return on investment on that. And in terms of the adoption curve, as we start to adopt these technologies, we know that the future is digital. So how do you basically embrace these technologies to move from where you could be in terms of opportunistic towards being a transformational water utility or municipality? Just gonna skip that slide. Before I conclude, I just want to indicate to you that, look, all of that will not be possible if you do not have the proper change management. So in order to ensure maximum return on your investment, you need to basically bring your people along with you. You need to communicate effectively. You need to profile effectively. You need to hold and run workshops and seminars and hackathons and Dragon's Den or whatever these terminologies are these days to make sure that you get the ideas from your people, from your employees, that you're able to transform all of that into viable products and solutions for your organization. I leave it as there. I'll thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morgan, for that informative presentation. I think you have rightly pointed out partnerships. I see a lot of opportunities to partner with other water boards, probably you are already, and other municipalities that are already, looking at testing beds. So we'll stop it here and ask Mr. Tihangwi Modau to get ready to give us his address. He's an operation manager at the Research and Housing Innovation, the Center for Research and Housing Innovation Housing Development, and he's been there for 20 years. Mr. Modau, the floor is yours, sir. I would really be happy if you could try and give the presentation in 10 minutes or less, so that we can save time. We are running 30 minutes over time. And yeah, that would be appreciated, sir. Thank you.
Morning, Ritavile. Good morning, panelists and other attendees. Thank you very much for having me on board. Tabile, if Tabile can load my presentation, yes, I'll try to run all the slides in 10 minutes max.
Thank you, Mr. Modau.
Tabile, if you can load the presentation for me. In the meanwhile, whilst we're waiting for the presentation to be loaded, my name is Modau, Tiangwi Modau. I work for NHBRC.
Mr. Modau, is this the right presentation? It should be showing now on our screens.
It is. If we can put it on slide mode, that would be great.
Okay.
This is the
Tabile, can you please do that?
Yeah, there we are. I've prepared this. Don't slide yet. Go back to the outline. Yes, I've prepared this in order to make the audience to understand how we fit into today's topic. And that is important for the overall discussion at the end of the day. First is a little bit about the NHBRC, what we do, and the homes that we have built at the NHBRC for research purposes, which is where I am currently. And every house comes with a form of sanitation systems, be it rural or urban, and we'll also take you through. I will discuss the benefits and later on in discussion. Chabile, if you can slide. If we can slide, yes. These are the acts. I'm not going to talk through them, all of them, just to highlight that there are lots and lots of governing acts in the space of home building, and these are just some of them. The ones in blue are very, very important for the NHBRC, particularly the first and second, which is the act that exists as the NHBRC. So what do? We protect and regulate. We protect the housing consumers through the regulations of the home building industry. That's what we do at the NHBRC. And in order to achieve that, the first act in blue becomes the act to make sure that houses are built properly. Let's slide, Chabile. Now, a house is a house because of these attributes. Some of these attributes are mandatory. You can't do without, you must just comply. Some are there, but they are not necessarily regulated, but you are still expected to comply. That is in order to meet the requirements of the National Building Regulations, which is the overall act. Let's slide, Chabile. Now, the way the NBR or National Building Regulation is structured, it is structured in such a manner that there are only two ways through which you can meet the requirements. The first is what we call the application of the rules or the deemed to satisfy. This is the tried and tested ways through which you build a home. But then there's the agreement certification. This is where innovation comes into being. New ways, new building materials to build a home through which you can still meet the requirement of the National Building Regulations. I'm going to be talking more on what you see there as the agreement certification. This is an entity of government which is mandated to approve all innovative products in the built environment. But I'm going to single out the subsector of this building as a construction sector to home. So we will be talking more about the home construction. Let's slide it again, Traveler. Back to the NHBRC. The moment you enter the space of innovations, we have got multitude of suppliers of these technologies, particularly the wall building systems. These systems are different from each other. Now, when you enter that space, yes, there'll be claims from the suppliers, the manufacturers, that their products can do wonders. We welcome that, and we want to agree with them. And the only way to agree with them is when you allow them to put a structure on the ground and you start to enjoy it, to test it, to touch it. And thereafter you are able to say, I agree with you, these are the claims. So what we do as the NHBRC, we've established a hub in Pretoria, in Soshanguve. We call it the Eric Mlowi Housing Innovation Hub, where we invited these suppliers of home building material or systems to come and build. We paid them. So these are some of the houses that you see. The restriction with the hub is that it's a research hub. So the houses that you're seeing on screen are not occupied. They are for research purposes. What do? We measure the degradation of all these systems that we have. But they lack one thing, and one thing is that it should have beneficiaries. Let's slide it, Chavila. So what we did as the NHBRC, we also established a hub outside the hub, call it an open research hub, where we build houses and we donate them to beneficiaries so that we compare same systems without beneficiaries, how do they degrade? With beneficiaries, how do they degrade? At the end of the day, we will be able to say for sure to all the housing consumers, this system, we know about them. This is how they behave. Go for it. Procure this if you need to construct a home from this innovation system. So this hub at the Eric Mlowi, it's meant for that. But we also have houses in almost all the provinces. We want to also determine and research how do these systems behave differently under different climatic conditions. And that is important. The tried and tested, which is the deemed to satisfy, while you go anywhere in the world, you can see what and how it is behaving. Similarly, if you bring it back home in South Africa, you can see how it behaves, and it has stood that test of time. The innovative system, not yet. We're walking that journey. Yes, they are claimed by the manufacturer, the suppliers, and we agree with them, but we want to put this in practical terms so that there is no manga business in between. Let's slide it. So these are just some of the houses that we've built that remain research orientated, that we are busy picking up data that will answer certain questions, particularly from housing consumers and indeed the NHBRC. So, having walked that path, most houses, particularly in rural areas, they come with innovative sanitation systems. And this is where we felt it necessary to share with the attendees, with these delegates, with South Africa. We have walked this path on a reduced scale because we are not in the business of constructing homes, but we are in the business of ensuring that homes are of good quality, they are constructed well. When you want to make any system work, you need to pilot it and study it and document the outcomes and share. When we did this, the first issue that you are going to meet as the sector is the procurement of sanitation technology systems. It does not come easy because it is not conventional. It is not similar to the next one. So when you use the existing procurement regime, it doesn't fit very well. You need to be innovative and you need to approach the regime, the procurement regime, with a document that indicates that this cannot work the same procurement requirements as your ordinary conventional systems. Doesn't work that way because no innovative system is similar to the other. So you can't compare. That is very, very important. So production of guidelines that will guide the sector in buying this system is very, very important. This is with the consideration that only systems that are approved by Agrimas South Africa are the only ones that you can look at, nothing else. Because there you have a document that will guide you throughout the quality control or quality assurance purposes. The guidelines are very, very important. Also equally important, we always make the mistake and we forget that the built environment comprises of 3 chief fields of study, particularly home building, architects, engineers, various disciplines of engineers, and quantity surveyors. You cannot single out one discipline and want to make that discipline lead the sanitation or the innovative sanitation systems. It doesn't work. It is going to fall flat, or you are not going to maximize the potential of this system. So that is very, very important. Chabile, if you can slide. So what we did as the NHBRC in wanting to share with us all here, Chabile, if you can slide, was to say, but what are the approved sanitation systems that we as the NHBRC can only look at? This, go back, Chabile. The previous slide is very, very important. This slide is demonstrating some sanitation systems that are approved by the mandated authority in the country. Now, we as the NHBS can only focus here, and our guidance to the home building sector is you can only look here. If there's any new system that is out there and it's not part of it, please approach Agrimas South Africa and they will take you through and it becomes part of this. So these are what is available, and most of them, they bode well with the understanding that South Africa is a water scarce country, and as such, the less water we require, the better for us all. Even better, no water required for this sanitation system, great, 100%. That's what we want. remaining still to enjoy the benefit of having a sanitation system that will work as beautifully as the water board. Next slide. Now, the next slide is a demo. Next slide, Chabile. It's a demo of how a typical innovative system works. There's a graphical illustration of the same, and there's all a photo of a finished product, which is what you see on the screen. This is one of those zero water or waterless systems that are available in the country. And we have built this in some rural homes that we've built or houses that we've built in rural establishments. And this far working beautifully. We're picking up data. It works very well for an average size family of say 4, 6 to 8 even. There's no problem that we are picking up at this stage. Let's slide it, Tavila. What is following? It's what are some of the benefits that can be derived from this? Of course, most of them are becoming compliant to the green economy, and that is important. And yet remaining to give you the health benefits that is desired. The operability is not as complex. You use it like any other. Let's slide. Safety in the country, pit toilets in particular, have been found wanting in some corner of the country. And this is proving that it is still as safe as ever, even for small kids. Let's slide. Of course, with supervision from parents. Let's slide. Now the next slide, it's introducing us to, is it flexible? And the answer to that is yes, it is. Maintenance, almost maintenance-free. Economics, yes, they're still complying, and we want that. And it is suitable for most ground conditions. Next slide, Camilla. Now, what are other additional benefits that can be derived? Of course, upfront costs, market value, to there would be suppliers or contractors. There is an improved cost if you use it well. Construction factors, very easy to install. Environmental factors, I've mentioned that the less water you require, the less energy you require to push it. Is similarly, aesthetically very pleasing. So these are some of the benefits that can be derived, particularly for rural establishment. Even in urban setup, this can fit very well, particularly in less formal townships. Next slide, and the last one is that we are calling discussions. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much, Mr. Madao, for sharing with us some of the innovative interventions and some of the investment that NHBRC has made in the sanitation space. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our second session of the morning. We do have one question though that I'm glad Nanda and Henry have already responded to. But that question really summed up what the session aimed to achieve. And that is about how we can bring all these great initiatives that eThekwini is busy with, Rainwater, NHBRC, and really make sure that practitioners in these organizations learn from one another. And I do hope that's the real intention of this platform, to make sure that we facilitate that cross-pollination, cross-learning. And therefore, because of time, I am not going to open up for any more questions. If the next set of this morning session would save us time, we will take questions at a later stage. So without any further ado, I'd like to then move on to the third section. But before I do that, let me acknowledge all your contributions to all these speakers for this session. Mr. Msweli, Mr. Padiachi, Mr. Modao, thank you very much for informative presentations. I do hope that you will collaborate more with not just with one another, but with many other people that are sharing their own innovations in the chat box. The next section is going to focus more on some of the solutions and platforms that were mentioned by William yesterday. I'd like to call Dr. Manjusha Sunil from WRC to give us a brief pitch on the WADA program. Dr. Sunil, if you could also do us a favor, ma'am, and try and save us time. 5-7 minutes, if at all possible. And I would like to urge other speakers in this section of the program to also follow suit. So, Dr. Sunil, without any further ado, I'd like to hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Tabi. I'll do my best to keep the presentation short. Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. I'm just going to keep my video off for the presentation because of fuzzy connectivity. Let me share my screen, and Tabi, if you can just let me know when you see the title slide.
It's all systems go, Manju, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just trying to put it on slideshow. Great. So good morning once again, colleagues. As Tabi mentioned, my name is Manjusha Sunil, and I will be presenting on the role of one of the WRC innovation programs in accelerating water and sanitation innovations. Many of our previous speakers have highlighted some of the water sector challenges that we are faced with, such as aging infrastructure, inadequate supply, changing rainfall patterns, and shifting demand patterns. All these combined also with old approaches to solve current challenges. It therefore becomes important to look at new and innovative ways of doing things. Partnerships with sector partners such as municipalities are fundamental to ensure that new solutions contribute to achieving improved water and sanitation management, and also ultimately relevant sustainable development goals, in particular SDG 6. Through consultation with key stakeholders in the water sector, the Water Technologies Demonstration Program was launched 5 years ago as a partnership between the Water Research Commission and the Department of Science and Innovation to help to streamline the water innovation space. WADER is part of the technology deployment approach for the Water Research Development and Innovation Roadmap. And this instrument is key to supporting the systematic demonstration, scale-up, and deployment of new and appropriate technologies in the water sector. A number of the program service offerings have been operationalized, and I'll take you through demonstration of suitable water and sanitation solutions. Sector partners, particularly municipalities, are involved in our selection processes to ensure that relevant technologies with possible offtake opportunities are identified. De-risking of innovation is important for innovation uptake, and WADA contributes to this by providing independent technology evaluations of funded or supported technology demonstrations to verify claims made by the innovator, and to also ensure that credible information is made available for the water sector. What's also important is appropriate test or pilot sites, as these play a critical role in ensuring technology adoption. Through the WADA platform, we have identified 34 such sites across the country to look at ways of more efficient adoption and implementation at scale of new and innovative technologies. Technology advisory services are also offered by the platform when new innovative solutions and ideas are presented to us. We look into these for further steps that might be required to move such innovations closer to market. And as an organization, the WRC does not recommend or endorse any technologies. However, we do provide feedback on such solutions through a scientific opinion, which we call a technology advisory note. Now, moving on to capacity building, we have a new initiative under the WADA program called the Young Engineers Changemakers Program. And this new training program was started to stimulate capacity building in water sector institutions for innovative thinking and uptake, and also to drive what we call municipalities of the future. This initiative looks at an output of 30 engineers over a 3-year period. To date, we've taken in 20 young engineers from 10 different municipalities into this 1-year training initiative. Now, this slide gives you a summary of the contributions to the water sector by the WADA platform since its launch in 2015. We have supported 38 innovations so far, with an investment of just over 30 million into technology pilots and independent evaluations, and a range of technologies varying at different technology readiness levels. As you can see, many of the innovations, or most of the innovations that we have supported, sit at either TRL 6 or 8. To make WADA sustainable, it needs sectoral co-resourcing and collaboration in order to drive tech demonstrations, evaluation, and deployment. The funding mechanism of the platform is to leverage financial support through different partnerships, and the Department of Science and Innovation has been the primary funder to date. We have call processes that we put out for selection of technologies, and post the technology demonstration or piloting phase, WADA also offers brokerage and matchmaking support through its network of sector partners to ensure that innovations move closer to the market. Now, due to time constraints, I won't go through the entire innovation portfolio of the program, but let me highlight a few. So this slide looks at innovations where offtake commercial partners have been identified. What you see on the top left is the sand water extraction technology, which has been supported financially through Amatola Water and is also being tested at one of their facilities. The picture on the top right is the rainwater harvesting system, the slide-on gutter technology, where the innovator has a product distribution agreement with Jojo Tanks. And the picture at the bottom is a bioremediation packaged solution where a private sector partner has been, an agreement has gone into with a private sector partner for funding and as a potential customer. The second slide speaks to the brokerage and matchmaking support function of WADA that I highlighted earlier. These innovations have either received incubation support from some of our sector partners or interest in upscaled pilots from some of our municipal partners. And we've also had some of our innovations implemented in public spaces. Now, while WADA's focus is primarily on homegrown solutions, facilitating international established technologies into the South African water sector with tech localization opportunities is also a focus area. A number of partnerships with global partners have been secured to drive this component. And the first partnership is the LiftLink collaboration that we have with the Water Research Foundation in America, where the first co-hub of the LiftLink has been established through the WADA platform. And this gives access to information on cutting edge technologies in a number of areas that are available in North America. IL Utilities and Blue Tech Research are also other examples of such partners that could aid with identifying established technologies that might be fit for the South African water sector. Now, the partnership with Salga and the launch of the Technology and Innovation Forum is very important to expand on the groundwork laid by innovation programs such as WADER, and to look at more collaborative efforts for effective technology adoption, skills development, and other priority areas. The WRC as an organization is consistently scanning for new sustainable solutions for the water sector, and such intelligence is based on demand and future analysis, which will give us an understanding of solutions or services that are a priority or a main need for the water sector. And I've just shared my contact details. You should be also able to find more information on the program at our website, on our social media platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Manju, for saving all of us time. Truly appreciate it. I do hope, having engaged with the WADER program as the innovation hub, that you get a lot more support, because the initiative is doing some fantastic work, and I do see how it could add value to a whole lot of other stakeholders within the water ecosystem. So well done on that. And I think as the next speakers talk about it, make their inputs, there's a question from Gail Cleaver Christie. And the question goes, do the various metros and water utilities share the tools that they develop? My concern is that each metro or water utility pays to develop the same systems. Is this not a waste of valuable resources? Is there a shared approach to development of these technologies and innovations? And I think this is what this platform seeks to achieve. And I see Dr. Joe did allude to try to respond to that, but if she can expand it when she gets an opportunity to present, that will be appreciated. So with that, I'd like to move to the next speaker on the program. It's Mr. Akin Sete, who is going to give us an overview of the SASTEP initiative. But I also saw Thabo sneaking in, so I'm not sure whether Thabo would be stepping in for Mr. Akinsete. Mr. Akinsete, are you available? Thabo?
Hi, Bachabile, I'm here.
Okay. Okay, Akin, the floor is yours. Please go ahead, and 10 minutes, please.
Yeah,
I trust colleagues at WRC with time, so I know you won't disappoint. Thank you.
I'll try to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Can you see now?
No, not yet.
What now?
No. Oh yeah, about. You can go ahead, Akin. We can now see your screen, and it's in slide mode. Please go ahead.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. Hi, colleagues. My name is Akin Sete. I'm the program manager for the South Africa Sanitation Technology Enterprise Program, SASTEP, and I'll be giving you an overview of the program and its value proposition to Salga and its members. South Africa has made giant strides with regards to the provision of improved and dignified sanitation since 1994. According to Stat SA, more than 80% of South African homes have access to improved sanitation. The data also shows that more than 60% of households have access to a flushing toilet. As we all know, flushing toilet is considered as the gold standard. And we also know that South Africa is one of the few countries in the world where access to dignified sanitation is enshrined in law. But the data also reveals that there are some of our provinces that still lag behind this national average, as well as there are still some households who still use unimproved sanitation system, with some who still resort to open defecation. So, and for this reason, and furthermore, there are also emerging threats, and I'm happy that it has been mentioned several times on this platform. There are several emerging threats that is threatening the way we currently provide sanitation. As you all know, in South Africa, our current sanitation paradigm is water intensive, whereby large volumes of water is used to transport waste from homes to centralized wastewater treatment plants. So we've got emerging threats such as climate change and water stress that is putting a strain on this current sanitation paradigm, as well as aging and unsustainable infrastructure. Due to budgetary constraints, less amount of money is being channeled into infrastructural renewals and new build, and as such is putting more strain on existing sanitation infrastructure. The UN also said that by the year 2050, 70% of the world population would be living in urban areas. And we've witnessed our metros whereby they've already started been dealing with mushrooming of informal settlements, and this is putting further strain on sanitation infrastructure. If we continue to go down this trajectory, we're going to get to a point whereby our current sanitation paradigm is going to unravel, and the success we've made so far is going to just disappear. For this reason, we need therefore, based on that, to change the way we do things, to adopt next generation sanitation technology. And a good example of the next generation sanitation system that can fit into this gap is non-sewer sanitation, because it offers innovation, it promotes sustainability and efficient use of resources, minimizes waste and reduces pollution, and it offers lower capital cost exposure compared to conventional sanitation system. And most importantly, it offers the promotion of circular economy and resource recovery. And us switching to non-sewer sanitation would enable South Africa as a country to be able to meet the SDG 6 and 9. SDG 6 is very obvious. 9 refers to industry innovation and infrastructure. Investment in non-sewer sanitation would allow us to be able to meet these two SDGs in a very short space of time. So for this reason, the WRC has set up SAFTEP as a national system of innovation for innovative and emerging sanitation technologies. The purpose of SAFTEP is to de-risk this new technologies through rigorous testing and field testing and demonstration. We're able to ensure that they are appropriate and they can work within the South African context. SAFTEP also goes a step further because we work with commercial partners who are either entrepreneurs, SMMEs, manufacturers, OEMs, such that they're able to produce these technologies locally, such that there's local capacity, there is space, there is maintenance, and the aim is to industrialize such that we're able to achieve economies of scale that's able to bring the prices down. SAFTEP is being managed by the Water Research Commission, and we receive strategic funding from the Department of Science and Innovation and from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And the funding that we receive is what we use to de-risk these technologies, such that placing them in the field where they are rigorously tested and demonstrated such that we know that they are able to work locally. And the funding is also used for enterprise development to assist companies, SMMEs and entrepreneurs to be able to invest in manufacturing of these technologies locally. Apart from that, we continually seek a partnership within the sanitation fraternity, as we are doing today, as we're looking towards this collaboration with Salga. To enable us achieve the goals and objectives of the STEP program, we have developed quite a number of initiatives to enable us move our agenda forward. As I've said before, STEP is creating a national sanitation technology toolbox of innovative sanitation technologies as well as non-sewer sanitation, such that we've got a compendium of these technologies that can be disseminated to our municipalities, such that we're able to know what has been tested, what works, and where they work as well. As I mentioned before, our current sanitation paradigm is water intensive. As such, we have initiated the Water Efficient Toilet Initiative, and this is practically looking at policies, regulation standards around low flush and water efficient toilets, such that we're able to increase the adoption of these technologies, so that they're able to be available and there's advisory within that regard. Thirdly, we are coordinating a national sludge management network where we are looking to bring on board sludge management and valorization technologies to deal with the sludge problems that our wastewater treatment plants are currently dealing with. The STEP program also is working closely with our Department of Trade and Industry, and we are contributing to the Water and Sanitation Master Plan. And what we are doing in this area is to ensure that an industrial cluster is created for the water and sanitation industry, such that we're able to turn South Africa into a manufacturing hub, a center of excellence for renewable and next generation water and sanitation technologies moving forward. Lastly, we're also working with the SABS with regards to standardization, because we do believe that standards is very crucial for any industry. It's a hallmark of quality design and hallmark of consistency. Something I appreciate our colleagues from NHBRC mentioning all the standardization that has been put in place in that area. We need to do the same thing within the sanitation industry, whereby we have products that are certified by SABS, because that gives more confidence in products that we put out into the market. And it also weeds out all the bad actors who come and bring substandard products into the market. Here is just an overview of the technology portfolios that we have on STEP. As we can see, we've got a full suite of technologies, from full recycled toilet, low flush toilet, to incineration and hydrothermal carbonization toilet. And all these technologies here would be tested in field within the South African space within the coming months. And once we've completed the demonstration, it will go into a report that will be shared with all our partners. Because of time constraint, I would kindly urge you to visit our website at www.sastep.org.za for more information. Like the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. In order for us to be successful with a complex program like the STEP program, we require strategic partnerships with different players within the sanitation value chain. And what is the most important actor in this value chain, in my opinion, is the local government, because the local government in South Africa is responsible for service delivery. And especially in the area of sanitation, the local governments are at the core face. So therefore, us having a strong partnership with Salga and its members is very important. As Mr. Ednick has mentioned in this presentation, we are working closely with a number of local government, including eThekwini itself. currently we are working with Johannesburg Water with regards to bringing a full recycled toilet into an informal settlement for testing. We just signed an MOU as well with City of Tshwane with regards to one of our sludge valorization technologies. And I hope that through this partnership today, we're able to create a stronger bond between SASTEP and Salga in the area of sanitation. And a partnership with SASTEP offers numerous value propositions. Firstly, with regards to testbed partners, as I mentioned before, we are working with technical commercial partners, which include entrepreneurs, SMMEs, and manufacturers. And our aim is to match these partners with municipal testbed partners. In doing so, we're able to test much needed technologies in the area where they are needed. It offers more information and insight to the local government partner, and with so doing, it's easy for adoption of the technology going forward. As well, we also recognize that as we are pushing a new paradigm in sanitation, it requires new ways of doing things, new skills, new knowledge with regards to the technology, to standards, to policy. As such, SAFTEP will be organizing training and workshop targeted for mainly at our partners within the industry with regards to disseminating of knowledge, skills transfer, and knowledge transfer as well. We're also developing practical and useful guidelines that can assist our local government partners in being able to specify and select adequate and appropriate sanitation technologies. Thirdly, we're also looking at policy and regulation and standards. As we all know, there are many policies and regulations out there, but sometimes they contradict and become a barrier especially with the adoption of new and untested technologies. As such, we are working with our research partners to identify such policies and regulations and be able to provide advisory and provide recommendations to make them more enabling. And as I've mentioned several times in my presentation with regards to our sanitation technology toolbox, through our de-risking process and rigorous testing and validation, we are looking to create a curated list of adequate and appropriate sanitation technology toolbox that were made available to all our partners. In conclusion, I'll just like to say thank you very much for your time and patience and for being on this platform. I must say that the future is bright and it's exciting, and I hope you will join SAFTEP on this next chapter to write an historic chapter in the South African sanitation industry. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ratabile.
Thank you very much, Akin. Indeed, I think you've summed it well. The future is bright and exciting, and we are looking forward to the work that you will achieve. And what's exciting is that for an initiative as young as yours, you already established testbed partners, and you are piloting some of these technologies with them already. So that's fantastic, and we wish you all the best in the next few years. I think, colleagues, we are running out of time, or we have run out of time. So I'll move straight to the next speaker, Dr. Joe Bogus, who will give us more information about the Streamliner program that was mentioned yesterday. Dr. Joe, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ratabile. I'm joined by my colleague Alicia Sayal. She's also on the call. And we're going to talk a little bit, not so much about what Streamliner involves, as much as how it's going to work. So let's, if I can work out how to move my slide. Okay. The Streamliner priority that William described yesterday has 7 objectives, and I will be supporting Salga by supporting these objectives with 5 activities. And they're underpinned by our successful and well-established technology approver groups that operate around the world. And you can see what those activities are. We have 3 online tools that I'll go into in a bit more detail in a moment.
We have due diligence assessments, which we call the Ask an Expert service. We have an established mechanism for collaborative group reviews of emerging technologies. We can undertake trials and pilot plants, and we'll be enriching the other priorities outside of Streamliner through an annual innovation workshop. Using the online tools involves having a login to a dashboard. So this is a members only zone. It's on the internet, you use it through any browser, and there are mobile options so that if you wish to use it on a phone or a tablet, you get exactly the same functionality as you do with a laptop or a desktop computer. When you get into the dashboard, you can see my view at the moment. The dashboard thinks that I'm logged in, but down the left-hand side, you can see the different colored rectangles for Technology Portal, Cat Wizard, which stands for Condition Assessment Tool, Biomonitors, and different webinars. So that's my subscriptions, and what your view of the portal will look like will vary a little bit depending on what you subscribe to. If we go to the first one, the Technology Portal, this is the view that you will find. So this will form part of the Streamliner offering. Those who join the Streamliner will receive logins to this portal, and it's a bit like Auto Trader, but it's for technologies. So you can see down the left-hand side, the beginning of the menu that you can choose from. You can say you're looking for a clean water technology or a wastewater technology. And below that, you can see the categories, and there are other kinds of filters as you scroll down. Selecting those categories or searching for the name of a technology or the name of a supplier will provide you with a much shorter list. And this database is populated with about 1,800 technologies. And the way that we populate it is to assess technologies around the world. We have a team of about 55 to 60 technology scouts in 13 countries who are always looking for emerging technologies and undertaking a quick technical due diligence assessment on the ones that they find. The ones that pass the assessment and are deemed technically, scientifically credible, being offered by a stable supplier and tag ready, which means that they're ready for assessment and deployment, go into this portal. So if you find a technology in here, you know it's already been assessed and it's passed the assessment. The Cat Wizard, the Condition Assessment Tool Wizard, is a separate tool within the dashboard. And this is a dedicated, another sort of Property 24 or Auto Trader, which is aimed only at condition assessment tools. And you can see that the filters are slightly different here. So we look at things like the pipe material, the size of the pipe, why you're making the assessment, whether you're willing to turn off the water supply while you do it, whether the technology is available in South Africa or not. So this is another portal through the same login on the same website as the one I showed you on the previous slide. And you can see that this particular portal gives you a slightly different output. So it tells you the name of the technology, where it originates from, the average price per meter, what kind of resolution picture it can give you when you're assessing the condition of linear infrastructure. And this goes for pipelines, for water reticulation, and for wastewater collection. And then the third online tool is accessed through a different URL, which is shown at the top of this screen. And this is our newest online technology portal. This one is dedicated only to technologies that can detect and destroy, mitigate the risk, or help us manage SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, the disease that it causes. This has been put together extremely quickly, and we did it by putting 8 separate teams onto this same project. Obviously, we only launched it in March because it only became an issue in March. And we've assessed just over 215 technologies now for detection and testing of SARS-CoV-2, for removal and deactivation of the virus itself, for remote control and remote monitoring automation to enable utilities to run on minimal staff without having to go to site unless it's absolutely necessary. And then the fourth category is contingency management. And this includes things like staff protection and tracking, supply chain management, streamlining, and improved communications in the case of emergencies. In this portal, we have included only 135 technologies because the ones that were excluded on the basis that they were perhaps not ready for use, they weren't ready for deployment, or they weren't scientifically sound, or we could not validate the claims that the suppliers were making. If that changes and we are able to validate claims or new technologies emerge onto the market, they'll be added into this portal. And the portal contains things like the stated benefits of the technologies, case studies of where it's been used, references to publications or white papers or journal articles. Then the second activity I mentioned was the due diligence assessments. By activating the Streamliner priority, you will get access to our international team of scientists and engineers who all have very different specializations. So some of them are technical specialists in membrane technologies, some of them in biological treatment of waste, some of them are microbiologists. We have a range of people. There's a very good chance that most people on this call, dialing in from a municipality or a utility, get frequent contact from technology providers saying that they've got just the thing that you need. And it's very difficult sometimes to understand what it is that they're offering, whether it's actually different and whether it really is what you need. Once Streamliner is activated, you can just forward the email to us. We will have a look first in our internal database. The external database that you get access to is the result of an assessment of about 8,000 technologies over the last 7 to 10 years. And we will be able to see whether the technology has already been assessed and rejected. And if so, we'll tell you why it's not in the portal and on what grounds we rejected it. It might be new to ISLE. That might be why it hasn't presented in the portal. And if it is, then we will undertake the due diligence assessment and we'll tell you what the outcome of the assessment was. If it's a technically sound assessment, a technically sound technology, and it's at TRL 7 or upwards, then we will put it into the portal and we'll make it available to everybody who has a login, not only to the people that asked about it. Part of the assessment involves validating the data from case studies or trials that took place at other utilities. The International Technology Approval Group extends to about 200 water utilities, water service providers and authorities worldwide. So there's a really good chance if somebody presents a technology to you that somebody else in our database has tested it, and we'll find out what they thought of it, not just what the supplier thought, and we'll pass that information back to the rest of the group. In addition to this, we will have 2 technology review meetings a year. And you can see what the cycle looks like. This is for each individual meeting. So we go through this cycle twice a year. At the top, we begin with the search step. And I've just mentioned that we have 60 or so staff around the world who are continuously searching for novel technologies and undertaking due diligence assessments behind the scenes. For each meeting, the South Africa team then takes part in about 50 to 70 in-depth interviews with technology providers. And from that, we draw out the ones which are not only technically sound and commercially viable and provided by a stable organization, but are actually appropriate to the South African context. The supplier has the ability to genuinely provide the technology and support its operation in the country, and it meets a current need stated by the members of the Streamliner program. From that, we will provide for each meeting a catalogue of 10 technologies. We call this the long list, and we send that out 6 to 8 weeks prior to the date. And it consists of a synopsis or one-page summary of each of the 10 technologies that we've selected that we think would be of interest to the audience. And then you guys get to vote. So you get a say on what it is that gets presented at the meeting. From that voting process, we select the top 5 most demanded or most popular technologies, and we set the agenda about 4 weeks prior to the meeting. And then we coach the technology providers through generating a scientifically sound technical presentation. So this isn't a sales pitch. We have very strict guidelines of the time limit that they have to stick to and the kind of content that they must include. And it has to include things like real cost data, indicative CapEx and OpEx, actual case studies, real performance data. They're not allowed to just turn up and tell everybody that they've got the next best thing, but not substantiate their claims. On the day they give that presentation and we grill them through a Q&A session, and then we get rid of them. We get them to dial out or we get them to leave the room back in the old world when we had physical meetings. And we undertake a collaborative SWOT analysis. Through that process, the ISLE staff will collate all of the comments that everybody in the room made and feed them back to the technology presenter and ask them to respond. So if they're unanswered questions or queries that arose, then we get their responses and we pass them on to you. And you have the option, you tell us, you basically tick a box on a form that we give you to say, yes, I want to be contacted by this company, you can share my contact details, or no, I don't want to share contact details. I want to ask my questions through you and not open myself up to a lot of sales emails. Then the follow-up to these meetings is a really continuous ongoing process. So in one sense, the arrow from this circle should now spear off on a tangent. Through the meeting, through the collaborative reviews, the opportunities emerge for trials and other projects. And we track these opportunities and we progress them with each technology user. One of the things that's arisen on both days, yesterday and today, is the notion of collaborative trials. And this is something that ISLE does. So say, for example, one of the technologies presented is of interest to 4 organizations in the room, then we can design and manage a trial which is set up to answer the questions of all 4 of the potential users of the technology. So it might be the case that one of the potential users physically hosts the trial, but we make sure that there's access to the site to the other 3 organizations that are interested. It may be that everybody wants to use the technology for the same purpose, but it may not be. It may be something like a novel membrane. And there are applications in potable water treatment, as well as tertiary wastewater treatment. And in that case, we'll design a trial that answers the divergent questions of all the partners that are involved. And we'll make sure that the data that are generated in such a way that everybody's needs are satisfied. We can facilitate the collaborative trial. We can run it if necessary. Sometimes it's not necessary. It may be that the host has perfectly well got the capabilities to run a trial and to feed the information back to everybody else. But it is something that we do offer. And the other thing that we offer is access to funding mechanisms for piloting in trials. Through the International Technology Approval Group, we have access to international funds. For example, some of the governments that have embassies in this country have funding for incoming technologies. So if, for example, we wanted to trial a technology coming in from Israel, if it was an appropriate technology and was supported here, then the Israeli government has funds that they will pay to the Israeli company 100% of their piloting costs, but also to the host organization that's having the trial on their site, up to 50% of their costs of simply hosting the demonstration on their site. So there are mechanisms to facilitate and conduct and report on collaborative trials and diminish the need to repeatedly test the same technology. In addition to these 2 meetings, we would like to enrich the annual innovation workshop that Salga is already proposing, and we have an MOU in place with the Water Research Commission already. So we would work with all of the partners, with Salga, with WRC, and any other strategic partners that we need. This would be a group event, and in it we can do things like discuss and document the innovation and technology needs, not only to inform the technology searches that the international ISLE staff will undertake for Salga, but also to build a needs-based agenda for the meetings that are coming up. There are opportunities to theme the sessions, so we could have a direct potable reuse session, for example, or off-grid technologies and renewable energy in the water energy nexus theme for one of the meetings. We will share international market intelligence from the TAG meetings, the Technology Approval Group meetings that have happened elsewhere in the world. And you can see on the map all the TAG locations, workshops and events that take place all the way from east to west, from the eastern seaboard of the USA across to New Zealand. So by participating in Streamliner, you'll be tapping into a massive international network, which will really diminish the need to repeatedly test technologies if they have been found to be available around the world and suitable for the South African market. We'll share information on how to insert innovation in municipalities in different jurisdictions. And through this network, we also offer the ability to undertake due diligence on South African technologies. So part of the MOU with the Water Research Commission is to take technologies from the Salga, from the SASTEP and from the WADA programs and bring them into this network. And through this network, we presented South African technologies in Australia, Europe and the US already since the MOU was signed in October of last year. And lastly, we will try to understand the technology needs and make sure that they're met over the next year to 3 years. That was a little bit of a gallop through the mechanics of how the streamliner will actually work. I will leave you with this slide. As I said, myself and Alicia are on this call, and the core streamliner delivery team actually is more than just Alicia and myself, but beyond the core team, we have access to the global expertise of ISLE International, and you have some of the mugshots on the right-hand side. A couple of those people will look familiar to some people in the audience. And I will stop there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joe. I truly loved what I heard today, and I'm glad you shared your contact details, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to want to contact you. I personally want to contact you, but I found the presentation really encouraging, and I think that's what we really need in this community. So thank you very much for that, and we're looking forward to all these meetings that you are proposing and suggesting. And I love the notion of collaborative trials so that we don't duplicate efforts. And that's one of the concerns that the delegates have raised in the question in the discussion box. So colleagues, that brings us to the end of this session. We had time for questions and answers. There is a gentleman called Tito Damani whose hand has been up. He's the only one to whom I'll give an opportunity, because I think he had a burning question for a long time. So Tito, if you still have a question, please go ahead. Otherwise, we'll close the session given that we're behind the schedule already. Tito has disappeared. Okay, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps let's close this session and move to the next, the session 2 of the morning. I think it has been a hugely productive morning. Valerie set the scene in the morning by outlining some of the challenges, but opportunities. And I think the emergent theme in these 2 days has been, let's reimagine collaboration, let's reimagine partnership, let's look at innovation as a broader theme than just a technology innovation. We're looking at we should in the water space look at innovative business models and innovative processes in government, and innovative ways of procuring some of these services. So I think some of the examples that Rainwater, eThekwini, and NHBRC gave are encouraging. We're seeing a lot of activity already, and we hope that great work that they're already doing can be replicated in other municipalities. And as one of the participants indicated, there is a need to cross-pollinate and share some of these learnings so that we are as resource efficient as possible as a community. Yeah, I think there was also a call for us as a community, which is largely public sector, to lobby our private sector colleagues. And we do hope that by initiatives such as Streamliner program, will be able to rope in more private sector partners. And of course, there is a need for other public sector entities. Some are already supporting our initiatives such as DBSA to become critical parties to this forum. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to close off this session here. Let me just inform participants that Councillor Xanthia Limburg will still try to join us perhaps in the very last session. And so we will keep our fingers crossed. He's still having connectivity issues, but we will move ahead with the program. And without any further ado, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Thabo, to do the next segment. Thanks, Thabo. And I apologize profusely for taking a lot of your time. And I would like to echo Mama Khoding's sentiment that in the future, our speakers need at least 15, 20 minutes. The 10 minutes did not work for any of them, or except if a few who were able to stick to the time. But thank you very much for giving the Innovation Hub the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabi. Welcome everyone to the innovation pitches. As we start this, we're going to have like a long intro, but because we are behind time, we're going to really fast track this process, and I'll be really keeping time to ensure that people stick to the time. Now, firstly, as we get into this, I would like to say that we'll be having presentations from 7 innovators, 5 of which are sanitation related technologies and 2 which are water point of use technologies. There'll be a 5-minute presentation and a 4-minute question and answer session, which will be done by the panelists who have been chosen. So without further ado, can I ask the panelists just to introduce themselves briefly, to give us their name, where they're from, and what are their expectations from this session? Thank you. Let me actually start with the first panelist. I hope they're online. Dr. Christabel Ferguson from the Water Research Foundation in America. Please, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Tabo. My name is Christabel Ferguson. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer with the Water Research Foundation based in the US. The Water Research Foundation is a not-for-profit organisation that's mission is to advance the science of water to improve the quality of life. And one of our functions, aside from funding applied research programs in the water space, is to really promote the uptake of research outcomes and innovation by our water utilities subscribers and all our members. We have members across 6 different continents and over 1,200 subscribers. So it is truly a global organisation, and we are very committed to innovation through our LIFT program, which we are a partner with the Water Research Commission in South Africa. So I'm very pleased to be invited to take part in this panel today. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'm looking forward to seeing what exciting innovations are coming out of South Africa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ferguson. Can Nanda Govinder from ISCOM please introduce himself?
Hi, Tavo. Good day, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, I'm not switching on my camera just for the connectivity issues. Yeah, so Eskom Power Utility within South Africa, I've been quite involved in the WADA program and innovation in general and technology, not only within Eskom but in the broader water and sanitation space. I think what's also key is partnerships and collaborations to bring about some of these innovations and make sure they're being implemented at the grassroots levels, and that we look at the sustainability thereof going forward. So I look forward to the pitch sessions, and what I'm looking for, in particular, is how this particular solutions or innovation or product is going to help the end consumer or customer end of the day. Thanks, Tabo.
Thank you, Nanda. Dr. Marlene Botha, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Tabo. Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Marlene van der Merwe Botha. I'm a wastewater sanitation expert with Water Group Holdings. More importantly, I've been very privileged to have been involved with Water Research Commission Salga through both the WADA and the SASTEP projects and programs. So we've been working on criteria to evaluate new and emerging technologies, to see what's the state of readiness for uptake and how to accelerate uptake in the water sector. More recently, also been doing quite a bit of work on low flush systems, etc. My expectation today is to see how our innovators pitch their technologies. Will we see them on our streamliner, and are they ready for uptake in the I'm sure, let's see if they're technically sound but also commercially viable. So good luck to our innovators, and wonderful to be joining you, Tabo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Mr. Rajiv Palad, please, can you introduce yourself?
How's it, Tabo? Hello, everyone. Greetings from Durban. I'm Rajiv from Bosch Capital. I've also got my colleague Methan, who heads up our R&D team, joining me on the call here today. You can see we're practicing our social distancing. My interest is really around the commercialization around the sanitation technologies. It's really exciting. The conversation has been really exciting thus far. And our interests are around how can we support these emerging innovations to get to the path of commercialization. Really excited to be a part of the discussion, Thabo, and thank you for including us.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. Ms. Nazleen Patel, please may you introduce yourself.
Hi, Thabo, and hi, colleagues and attendees. So I am the portfolio manager of commercialization at the Technology Innovation Agency, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. We're a funding agency funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. And I particularly serve the natural resources and energy departments within TIA. And I think just to echo one of the previous speakers, collaboration is key, and that's something that TIA is also focusing on quite a bit. We've had discussions with SASTEP as well. And I think what I'm basically looking for, are possible potential pipeline projects for TIA to invest in and, looking at the potential of South African innovators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nazleen. And last but not least is Mr. Tumelo Khopane. Please may introduce yourself, sir. I most probably is not in the meeting, so I think we'll just move on. So just to give almost a short background to these technology pitches, unlike the ordinary technology pitches whereby people are pitching for a prize or something else, here it's really about exposing the innovations that are coming from South Africa to the whole water stakeholders. So here we want people to understand how can they partner with innovators, how far the innovators have moved with their innovations, and what can we do as a sector and a group of stakeholders to ensure that these technologies reach the market and work for the benefit of South African citizens. Now, without further ado, and I'll be really keeping time here, I would like to ask Mr. Orion Herman from Liquid Gold to please give us a 5-minute pitch on their technology. Thank you. Mr. Orion? Okay, I guess he's not on. Mr. Felix from B Engineering, are you in? Can you give the presentation for 5 minutes? We'll come back to Orion for Liquid Gold. Okay, I think we're having some connectivity issues, but I can see Laurie Barwell is online from Vlamanzi. Mr. Laurie, can you please give us a 5-minute presentation on Vlamanzi, please?
Hello, Thabo. Yes, I'll do that. Let me just get my video or my share my screen. This one.
And I apologize for putting you on the spot. You were hoping you'd be last.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see this?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to spend a short time sharing with you the very exciting Wulemans system. I have to acknowledge contributions by Science and Innovation, the Water Research Commission, and also recently TIA for funding the rollout of a factory to mass produce this. So you gather from that it's at almost at technology readiness level 7 after a few months in the future. The context is that the reality is in the deep rural areas, there's undignified water sourcing. We heard from the minister yesterday, we must try and counteract. It's the reality, it's working. It's also a reality that the water that you are supplied, that supermarkets are supplying, and you can see all the water everywhere along the floor. They sell it at 20 Rand for 5 liters, it's 4 Rand a liter, and they're making a roaring trade out of that in the deep rural areas. It's also a reality that the poor quality tap water at certain municipalities, and you can see this is the water quality out of the tap, and this is after it goes through the filter. We had this rural water filter project funded by DST and Water Research Commission. It's working. We did an audit in 2019, focused on deep cleaning, minor repairs and assessment. My colleagues, Dr. Blessing Ngube and Peter Muvali, did most of the checking, and it was fit for purpose proven. 90% plus is still being using it after 5 years, and it's the water quality is really good. We've progressed in that this point of use system is now plumbable. You can put it into your kitchen. The Germans have bought some of them for installation in Vietnam, and we're ready to go. You get 2 liters per minute out of that at the point of use. But during the audit, and this is the focus of my pitch, the critical learning point was that you can put in a filter, but if there's no water to filter, then it doesn't work. And if the water quality in these JoJo tanks and other tanks are poor quality, it also doesn't help. So we put in a simple water station just by using some of our point of use systems in parallel with the water dispensing dispensers to the classrooms. We're feeding 600 primary school learners with water, and they also use it to clean their hands and also to cook the meal, because if there's no water, you can't cook meals, and it's been very successful as a pilot. So what we are pitching for is a community-focused, low-cost drinking water treatment and distribution system, linking up with Imran, a social technology ecosystem, where the pitch is a pilot program in 10 social tech ecosystems set up over 3 years, 4 in the Eastern Province. We're working in Bizana, but there's also a need in the south, 2 in the northern KwaZulu-Natal, and 2 in the Limpopo, and 2 in Mpumalanga. And that's the amount of money that we need to do that as a grant. So the way that it works is that you have the water kiosk in the middle using our proven membrane technology. The water kiosk serves as a catalyst of this ecosystem, the socio-tech ecosystem. There's an entrepreneur set up to deliver the raw water with a Bula license to that, and then the water kiosk set up at a school can focus on the in-use school use, but learners, and this is the innovation, learners take it home. They can take 1 for 1, they bring an empty container to school in the morning, it's filled up, and they take 2 5-liter back, each learner. And then there's also across the counter sales to the community. And therefore you create jobs, you create there and there, and it's sustainable payoff period depending on the charge, 1 or 2 years. So this is a little artist's impression of what the water kiosk can look like. It's a local water entrepreneur that's owned. 500 liters, this is for 300 learners. 3,000 liters to take home, 1 for 1. And then 1,500 liters sold across the counter to households or to other entrepreneurs that want to on-sell. And the way that it works is there's a core unit there made up of a whole batch of our bank of our membranes. I don't have to just put this off. So basically, to get it going, we have to make sure that we can look at the private-public partnership. Imran mentioned that yesterday. You have to get everybody on board. It's an integrated system. You cannot do it by yourself. We've tried that, and if one thing fails, then the whole system collapses. So you have to get input from the community leaders, agree on an approach. It's sort of a social pact agreement. The infrastructure, a lot of the schools have roofs, but they don't have gutters, they don't have good downpipes. We work well with Zambezi gutters. I think you'll hear about that a little later, to retrofit and get the infrastructure going. And then there's the two, you get the local entrepreneur license to operate the water kiosk. So it's a totally community-driven system. They get business management skills and how to maintain it. And then we do the regular water quality testing. Our link up with Precocia, also South African small business, has been very successful with the auditing to do the water quality testing. And then we have a very critical one is also linked with a local entrepreneur that will assist with the raw water delivery service, where we set that up as part of the whole system. So, so in the end, this is our proposal, is to put up a pilot program, and there maybe Joe can consider. I'll get a hold of her to see how we can sort it. And then there are additional benefits of this program is that we'll have a well-researched social technology-based business model. The one that we put forward is a concept, and it has to be tested now, and this is why the program is so important. Then you'll have a demo system as a catalyst. So if you put 10 of these in the various provinces, you get the dynamics of the various local conditions. Also linking with clinics for the same story. You get a standard operating procedures and how to guidelines for that. And you'd be able to integrate with other innovative techs like the smart gutter and others. So second last slide, it says we're looking at an off-grid disruptive and serving the unserved, because that's a reality. We saw that. We're looking at have dignified water sourcing. It's not like going down to the river and getting water from dirty water. It's affordable, at least half, or if not more, of what you have to pay in supermarkets. And it's management of water, as we heard the minister say yesterday. And in essence, it's SMS is setting up. We're working in a private-public partnership, and the communities take the ownership. So you're welcome. If there probably won't be time for questions or feedback, but I'm open. Send me an email or WhatsApp messages, and we can work together. Thanks, Tabo.
Okay, thank you, Laurie. Thank you, Laurie, for the wonderful presentation. Do the panelists have any questions?
Laurie, it's Christabel. I'm just wondering what sort of operations and maintenance you need. Like how long can the filters actually last for before they need to be replaced? And you said you do water quality testing to confirm the quality of the water, and does that provide microbial safety that's acceptable? Oh, there you go. There's the answer.
Okay, so thanks for the question. These are high, very durable and robust polyester-based membranes, woven fabric, and you just have to clean it through brushing. And if you look after it, you don't make holes in it. It lasts forever. It's proven. These have been lasting for 5 years and no problems. And you can see through the testing that it does well. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions from the panelists?
Tabo, is Nanda here? Can I go?
Yes, please go, Nanda.
Thanks, Laurie, for your presentation. I love the idea of a community-based type of system, and you bring in entrepreneurs. Well done on that. I wish you well in terms of that model going forward. Just my question in terms of sustainability. I see you're reliant on rainwater feeding, fed into gutters and tanks. And I'm not sure how long that 5,000 liters will last. And obviously it's seasonal as well, depending on rain. So I was looking at the whole sustainability of the resource and supplying your various customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Nata. I think that's the key. That's the key of the whole thing, because the current reality is you just have a water kiosk, but with no water, and if it doesn't rain, then you run out of water, and then it doesn't matter. So the key is this integrated system, also linking up with delivery of raw water from using getting a vula and making sure that there's enough water in the tanks, and the same setting up this entrepreneur can then also feed other water kiosks around, and it becomes more sustainable. So the point is, you can't have water if you don't have water. So you filter raw water, and raw water is delivered, and it's topped up through rainwater harvesting, effective rainwater harvesting. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thanks, Laurie.
Thank you, Laurie. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, those are the only two questions that we can actually allow at this moment. But as you saw, Laurie's contact details were on his slides. For any of the municipalities, water stakeholders, and anyone interested, please contact Laurie directly or the Water Research Commission. And there you can contact me or Manjusha Sunil, who will guide you directly to Laurie. Thank you. Can we now have the second presentation? And that will be Felix. Felix, I hope you're ready. Please, may you start your presentation. Thank you. Hello, Felix. We can see your slides, but we can't hear you. Hello?
Hi, Tabo. If I may intervene, I think Felix, when he was joining, he didn't use the audio. So he just joined without enabling. Okay.
Hello? Sorry, there's an echo here.
Hi, Felix. How are you?
Hi, Tabo.
Great. There's a bit of an echo. I'm not
Hi,
sure.
Tabo.
Yes, there's a bit of an echo on your side.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
My volume is down. Tabo?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. You can start, Felix. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to adjust my volume.
We can hear you clearly.
Speakers. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Clearly, yes. You can
Thank
start.
You. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Tabo, and good afternoon to all the distinguished guests. Apologies for the delays. I'm representing B Engineering Pty Ltd. We are a precision engineering and drive shaft systems company. We are introducing the community scale fecal sludge refinery. Problem statement that we want to share with you is that municipal, municipal wastewater management crisis in South Africa. We've established that there is raw or partially treated sewage flows into our river systems, stockpiling happening at our municipal water works treatment plants, obviously damaging the environment. This has a negative impact on communities, creating waterborne sicknesses, pest proliferation in communities, and negative environmental impact. The partially treated sewage is stockpiled at treatment plants, killing nutrients in the soil. Aged technology and minimal maintenance contribute to some of these issues. B Engineering introduces new technologies that are cost efficient, portable, and easily deployable. We would like to introduce the BR4018 biogen refinery in response to water and sanitation challenges. It is a small-scale, decentralized nutrient recovery plant, treats human fecal sludge, food waste, and manures. On your right side of the slide, you will see a picture of the refinery containerized. It can process 30 tons of waste per day. It has an integrated air emissions control technology. It can be monitored remotely. Offers thermochemical treatment solutions for organic waste streams. The fecal sludge treatment is for communities of minimum 5 to 50,000. It gives you outputs of pathogen-free, volume reduction, and nutrient reduction. The birth of the product of service. The Biogen was invented by our technology partner, Biomass Controls in the US, Connecticut, as part of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Reinvented Toilet. In the 4 years of field implementation and operational experience, the refinery has accumulated over 20,000 hours of data, and the collected data has resulted in process optimization and patented technologies that enable reliable and efficient treatment performance. So far, 14 refineries have been manufactured, 1 deployed in Alaska and 13 in India. In February 2020, B Engineering, through the Water Research Commission and SASTEP program, secured licensing rights to manufacture and distribute the biogenic refinery in South Africa. This is the specification of the refinery. There's 3 models, the BR2094018 and the bigger one. We are presenting the BR4018. It can process 216 biosolids dry per day, minimum population 11,000, your minimum total solids at 65%. It will produce biochar of up to 20 kilograms per day. Your thermal production is at about 50 kilowatts. At the moment, it doesn't produce any electricity. It's got a very small footprint of 6x3 container, which can be deployed. The refinery can collect toilet resources, can collect livestock resources, can also collect food resources. The timing of introducing the refinery is that South Africa's sanitation and wastewater treatment systems are currently under immense strain. The excessive amount of raw sewage has been spilling into the Vaal River, and we know that local government is constitutionally tasked with the responsibility of providing services related to domestic wastewater and sewage disposal. Budget constraints lead to maintenance challenges at treatment works and loss of skilled personnel. As a result of maintenance issues, treatment water works are stockpiling. The refinery can provide a solution to issues of stockpiling, the skills pool, and cost in terms of maintenance and repairs, as it requires minimal civil works to be deployed, minimal or no civil works at all for it to be deployed. Target markets for the refinery are your sanitation market from design, build, and operate. The food production market, which is your producers of manures, your residues and market waste, landfill waste market. Potable markets would be your informal settlement, your military camps, rural schools, refugee camps and islands. Data market for regulators for health and compliance safety. Traction, 14 refineries so far, as I said in the previous slide, have been manufactured. 1 in Alaska, 13 in India. Over 2,000 operational hours, 20,000 operational hours have been achieved. And we have secured a demo site in South Africa in partnership with the city of Tshwane to demo. Competitive advantages of the refinery is that it can be remotely monitored with satellites in South Africa and Ireland. Advantage 2, smart fecal sludge treatment enabled automated remote performance monitoring can indicate compliance with forthcoming international standards, ISO PC 318. It can provide reproducible results for local and national and global purposes in compliance with SDG 6. Third advantage, pathogen treatment for compliance, climate impact for carbon reduction, volume reduction to reduce the cost of transportation. It can work under harsh climates. data evidence of compliance and operational SLAs. The market is quite unreserved. As we know, in terms of the SGD goal 6, it is to make sure that sanitation and water are available to citizens of the world. Future roadmap with the refinery in South Africa, as indicated, we have secured a demo site in partnership with the city of Tshwane. So in Q4, we're planning site preparation at the city of Tshwane at the identified site. We will be delivering the demo unit to site in Q1 in 2021 to intention to install and commission. We'll then test to reach steady operation. And in Q3, we will be testing and doing data collection, lab analysis, and preparation for commercialization. We invite all Salga stakeholders to our demo site once it's up and running so that we can present the technology and its advantages to municipal water waste treatment works, and then roll out nationally. Our contact details are on this slide, and on the far right, it is the team at B Engineering locally and the team at Biomass Controls in the USA. I thank you. I feel I rushed through the presentation because of all the technical issues that I had. Apologies if I did.
Thank you, Felix, for the wonderful presentation. As we move forward, actually, I'm going to start with the first question because it's a question from Joe Burgess, one of the panelists and attendees. She's asking, Biomass Controls went out of business a few months ago. So which company has taken over their technology?
As far as I know, they're in business, so that is news to me.
Okay, that's fair enough. Any of the other panelists, do you have a question?
Yes, Thabo, I have a question. Tumelo here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask Felix, what class of sludge does it produce? One. And then two is, are you guys willing to do a cost-benefit analysis? Looking at us at Airwatt, we're even paying farmers to take our sludge, and there's a lot of cost, a bit of OPEX cost involved in handling sludge. So if we can do a cost-benefit analysis to see if those costs can actually be moved to APEX and OPEX on your system, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think the first question was what type of sludge, isn't it? Tomato?
No, the class of sludge that it produces. Does it get to class A1A?
It's basically class of sludge, right? That we can take or produce. Is that a question?
Yes, it is, Felix.
Okay. Yeah, basically what the refinery does is will deal with your sludge that is currently stockpiled. Normally, I think with City of Tshwane, they've indicated once it is there, it is at about 16, 18. So we would then dry it up to about 65, 95%. And then it would come out as biochar, which can then be used in the farming industry.
Okay, thank you, Felix. Any other questions?
Cost benefit, Tumelo, that we can work that out for you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Felix.
It will be part of the demo, yeah.
The other panelists, any other questions?
Yes, Thabo, Marlene here.
Yes, Marlene, please go ahead.
Thank you, Felix. I also have a question on the classification of the biosolids. Maybe you can check afterwards, Felix, what class of sludge or biosolids can you produce in order to be applicable to for agriculture, whatever uses. But my other question is, do you have some sort of screening process before you collect and transport the feed or the waste from the various resources to the site?
Yeah, so The demonstration is going to be happening at an established treatment plant where the sludge would have been treated and separated. So with the city of Tshwane, mainly we'll be starting from drying and then processing it through the system using pyrolysis. So it can be configured to have a separator, including a dryer, and then your pyrolysis system. So you can either buy it as just the pyrolysis with a dryer or without a dryer, depending on where you are based at, and a separator. So waste will need to be separated if it's not in a treatment plant.
Thanks, Felix.
Thank you, Felix. Unfortunately, again, because of time constraints, I have to cut this presentation short. However, if anyone wants to contact Felix, as you can see, his email and telephone number are there on the presentation. However, if you have not had a chance, the best person to contact would be either Akin Sente, or Shemaine from the SASTEP team, who will be able to give you his details and the details of any other sanitation technologies. Thank you. The next presenter will be Brian. Brian, are you ready? Please, may you start the presentation.
Thanks, Thabo. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Let me try and share my screen. We've been encountering some technological challenges this morning. Felix, would you mind removing your presentation so that I can share my screen, please? Thank you.
We can see your presentation now.
Okay, great. Let me just put on the slideshows and we'll start. Great, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Lewis from EnviroSan Sanitation Solutions. I think it's only appropriate that we start, that I start by expressing our gratitude to the Water Research Commission, Salga, and the SASTEP platform in particular for the opportunity to present. For those who haven't heard of EnviroSan, we've been in the sanitation industry for close on 20 years. And the fantastic thing about being in the sanitation industry is that you never stop learning. We've learned some valuable lessons that we'll touch on a little bit later in the presentation, and even today in the presentations from this morning, we continue to learn valuable lessons. Over that 20-year period, we've offered everything from dry sanitation, and that's how we started. We've done over or close to 2 million toilets throughout the continent, as well as abroad, and those are a combination of VRPs and urine diversion toilets. And as recently as about 5 years ago, we moved into the low flush sanitation space. We currently have various plants throughout the country and have a capacity to manufacture 2,000 toilets per day, and we have a footprint into Africa as well. We've always taken pride in the fact that we've tasked ourselves with the challenge of bridging the sanitation gap, and by that I refer specifically to the fact, as was mentioned on many presentations today, the fact that flushing toilets are seen as being aspirational and the golden solution. And please bear in mind, we offer everything from dry sanitation to flushing toilets, but we were tasked by bridging the gap from conventionally rolled out units or sanitation solutions in South Africa being dry toilets, and bridging that gap between what a full flush toilet would be. And our ultimate aim has always been to establish a new benchmark of higher standard of sanitation for rural, peri-urban and urban areas, and explore the potential benefits that could be derived from segregated waste streams. Without further ado, I'll just play you a short video.
Sorry, we know what we want. Can we get one chicken meal, one beef, and one chicken meal? Yes, both of them roasted beef, and then also 2 cappuccinos, one medium roast, and one latte medium roast. Latte and cappuccino medium roast.
Sorry, can the cappuccino be dark roast, please? The latte, medium, cappuccino, dark. And then, thank you so much.
Brian, sorry, we could
Yes.
hear you there ordering a cappuccino.
Are you able to watch and hear the video?
No, we could hear you talking. We can't hear anything on the video.
Oh, okay. All right, not to
Yeah.
worry. One of the many.
Maybe you can just move along here.
Yeah, sure, I will do. Can you see the next slide there talking about the 3 most valuable lessons?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, well, let's jump onto that. So we often get asked in terms of what are the 3 most valuable lessons we've learned in the last 20 years in the sanitation industry. And if we had to summarize those, we would summarize them in terms of the fact that flushing toilets are often seen as aspirational for a variety of reasons. The fact that they're seen, or the perception at least, is that they're more hygienic. The fact that they often contain a water seal that prevents any smells and unpleasant odors. The fact that they have smaller openings which prevent children from falling into pits, as has been the horrific incidences in South Africa on a number of occasions. But in their current form, i.e. flushing with between 9 and 12 liters of water, are certainly not sustainable or practical, as they require too much water. As Mr. Mzweli pointed out from eThekwini municipality, pointed out earlier as well, user acceptance is key, and that's what we've come to learn through the many years of us doing sanitation. And we found that people prefer minimal user intervention when they use the toilets, i.e. the toilet must look good, it must function similarly to a normal flushing toilet, and if you are to derive the benefits of waste separation at source, people almost have to use the toilet not knowing that that process is actually taking place. Number 2, there's no silver bullet sanitation solution whereby one size fits all. And that was also pointed out by Mr. Madwa, emphasized this earlier in his presentation today. The fact that technologies need to be tested and recognized by and accredited by a recognized accreditation body such as Agrimar, and all of our sanitation solutions obviously comply with an Agrimar certification. We are very much committed to adaptability of our solutions to a diverse range of applications, as well as upgradability as well. So we recognize the fact that sometimes the application would be dry sanitation, sometimes the application is low flush sanitation, and we make all of our solutions upgradable from dry to low flush. We recognize sometimes it's a peri-urban or an urban or rural application, and we make our solutions adaptable to and compatible with those different, whether it be off-grid or mainline connections. Number 3, there is a massive potential to harvest intrinsic value from the separation, preferably at source, of the fecal and urine waste streams. Further potential to convert these to commercially feasible offerings in the market, thus closing the sanitation loop and avoiding problems like underperformance / treatment of treatment plants, costly infrastructure where they're not available, and so on and so forth. And we've seen particular, and we've always done urine diversion and separation at source technologies, slightly different to the one that we're presenting today, which is a hybrid technology called the Easy Split. And we've actually witnessed firsthand with some of our customers in Burundi that utilize the separated waste streams to harvest soil conditioner benefits and fertilizer benefits for their coffee plantations. And that's really what the Easy Split is all about. A hybrid low flush urine diversion separating technology. How do we unlock the intrinsic value in human waste streams? Obviously, fecal matter on its own has an intrinsic value that can be harvested, and urine on its own has an intrinsic value that can be harvested. Technological designs and pilots are great, but we need to reach the stage where these are now commercially available to be rolled out. Essentially, what the Easy Split technology does is it provides a form. It's a normal looking toilet that's aesthetically pleasing, and it provides the opportunity for the liquid waste stream to be separated from the solid waste stream, so that those 2 waste streams can be further processed individually, as they obviously have different values to them. It's our goal to create a circular economy and close the loop of the sanitation problems in order to create and harvest something valuable from the separated waste streams. The next video, and I hope you're able to see it, shows how that is done. by the fecal waste stream entering a water seal using a low flush system to be able to be diverted. And when I say low flush, it's between 1 and 2 liters of water to be able to divert that waste stream away, which is a fraction of what normal toilets use. The beauty of the system is that it doesn't need clean, potable water to flush. It can work with grey water, river water, rainwater. It can work with a cistern, a conventional cistern, or it can work on a poor flush basis. So any grey water that a household has left over from bathing or cleaning or washing or anything like that, as little as 1 to 2 liters of that water in a bucket or jug can be poured down to allow that wastewater to flush, or the fecal waste stream to flush. Obviously, the urine is diverted separately, utilizing a technology that, together with our Austrian partners, EOS have patented. And that urine is then separated at source from the fecal matter, meaning that there's very little, if any, contamination that takes place between the two different waste streams. At this juncture, it's obviously prudent as well to mention how proud we are of our association and partnerships with the likes of the Pollution Research Group, who are undertaking the laboratory research procedures with regards to this technology. I've mentioned our Austrian partners, EOS, who actually were the original designers of this and received a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to further pursue the commercialization of this, which is where SASTEP really comes in and allows us the forum of the commercialization and getting this technology market ready. As early as the first quarter of 2021, this technology will be available. We're in the process now of conducting our final pilot studies, as well as our final laboratory tests in terms of water efficiency as well as waste separation efficiency. Those units are running on a pilot throughout schools as well as rural households and peri-urban households in Umsunduzi or Pietermaritzburg, as it's commonly known, and we look forward to receiving the results of that. Another noteworthy partner is eThekwini Municipality, and we're proud of the fact that in the second quarter of next year, we will be installing 400 of these units into a housing project in eThekwini Municipality, thereby giving the opportunity for the waste streams to be separated at source and for the values that lie intrinsically within those two separate waste streams to be further processed so that a value can be extracted from those waste streams.
Hello, are you almost done?
Yes, I am now. Okay. This is the second to last slide. Did you hear that, Tabo?
Yes, I heard it.
Okay, all right. So that's really what the technology looks like. It fits all the criteria that we try and aim towards. An aspirational toilet that's aesthetically pleasing. It's a low flush urine diversion toilet. We'll have a capacity to manufacture 1,000 units per day of that technology. Thank you very much. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Oh, thank you, Brian, for an amazing presentation, and congratulations on your partnership with the City of eThekwini. Please, may I have the panelists ask questions?
Hi, Chavez, Nanda here.
Yes, Nanda, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Brian, for the presentation. I just wanted to know, what are you seeking? What are you looking for? What support are you looking for?
At this stage, we're really looking just to get some interest in the technology itself, so that people can recognize the value of separation of the waste stream that's source, as well as the onward harvesting of that. We are in collaboration with the Pollution Research Group as part of another forum to now look at technologies in terms of which the urine can be further processed to harvest benefit from that, and the fecal matter can be further processed to harvest benefit from that. Does that answer your question, Nanda?
Yes, thanks, Brian.
Let me just put someone. Nazleen, do you have any questions?
Yes, Tabo, actually I do. I just wanted to find out, do you, Brian, have an IP strategy, or what is the, do you have a license agreement? Because you mentioned that the Austrian company is the owner of the technology.
Thanks for the question, Nazleen. Yes, we do have a license agreement with EOS that basically encompasses most of Africa. In terms of our IP protection policy, that is all in place. At this stage, we're busy refining the IP technology in terms of the patents because of the changes that were made to localize and contextualize the technology from a South African and sub-Saharan African perspective. And that being mostly relating to the separation of the urine and fecal matter, as well as the efficiency of the flush. So we've made a few changes in that regard, and we've had to obviously refine the intellectual properties that it covers.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you so much. And it's a very interesting technology. Yes. Yes, please do.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation, Brian. I just wanted to check, during any of your trials, did you confirm the market for the product from the toilets? So that's the soil conditioner and fertilizer, I think it was.
Sorry, Rajiv, I didn't catch the last part of your question. Did we confirm the market in terms of?
The products that, the output from your technology, the toilet, I think it's, so you separate the urine and the fecal matter. That's obviously has got value in it. But did you confirm that there is a market for those two particular products during any of your trials?
That information was actually ascertained even before the launch of this of the pilots, Rajiv, through various research that the Pollution Research Group in particular, amongst many others, have confirmed. There's a lot of demand for things like struvite content that gets harvested from urine. It's got a range of different applications, from soil conditioner to fertilizer. It all actually depends on a number of factors in terms of how close the treatment facilities are to the sites, what the application is. We speak very closely to the likes of Orion from Liquid Gold as well, in terms of further processing potential there. But there certainly is a massive potential, not just in South Africa, but worldwide, for natural fertilizer and natural soil conditioners.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Brian. Sorry, I'm now pointing out some of the panelists, but Tumelo, do you have any questions? Because I think this would be very interesting for you.
Thanks, Thabo. Yeah, well, I didn't have questions, but now that you are asking me to speak, well, for me, because the issue of what chemicals do you use? Why I'm asking Brian is that we have a challenge now. We did a presentation earlier this week, or last week, in fact, to I think they call themselves the Mobile Toilets Association of South Africa, because you know it's becoming big business. And we've started a program at Airwatt where we screen them when we get them online to come in and discharge at our plant. So we're making the process a little bit more streamlined with application forms and analysis and tests and so on before we accept your. So we found that there are chemicals that they are using are above what is determined by the bylaws. And by the way, our bylaws are fairly outdated, and I suspect most of the countries like that. So we're busy reviewing our bylaws, and they are going to be much more stricter, because we all know that the plants are now receiving much more organic load and so on, let alone that they are running above hydraulic capacity. So the question is, the chemicals that you use, you know, how do they fare in terms of CODs and so on? And thank you.
Thanks for the question, Tumelo. Bearing in mind that this is really a front-end solution. So this is a sanitary waste solution that allows the split of urine and fecal matter to take place. We don't necessarily do the back-end solution, but the technology itself is compatible with a range of back-end solutions. So if you want to harvest the urine separately in a reservoir or tank, that's possible. Where eThekwini, for that housing project in particular that's being undertaken next year, that's going to be processed further in the border DWAT system. So that's a different application. It's got a different range of back-end solutions that it can be compatible with, from a very off-grid solution or treatment facility to a mainline treatment facility. The bottom line when it comes to chemicals is part of the training that we do with the users. So, for example, the training that we're doing with the users at the pilots in Pietermaritzburg at the moment, as well as the training that we'll do with the users at eThekwini's housing project next year, is to show them how to clean the toilet and to use minimal cleaning chemicals in that process. it's a natural course that many of the users will use things like any of the Unilever products that are available, Domestos or any of those types of products. But the treatment that will be undertaken in that particular project is capable of handling it. This is not a chemical toilet. That's what I want to point out. It's a urine separation toilet.
Thank you, Brian. And the last question, which I'll be giving to you, is from Lana Volmarans. And her question is, does this system have any application in the urban environment? Because she says that separation at source seems to make more sense in rural areas. So could you answer that question, Brian?
Sure, Thabo. I think it would have an application in a range of environments. Anywhere that you have a catchment area where you're able to harvest more urine and process that urine and volume to be able to extract a benefit from it would always be beneficial, whether that area or catchment area is rural, peri-urban or urban. So it would certainly have an application for that. The fact that the toilet itself only flushes with between 1 and 2 liters of water, as opposed to a conventional toilet that flushes with between 9 and 12 liters of water, would also certainly have a benefit in any environment as well from a water saving and cost saving perspective.
Thank you, Brian, for the wonderful presentation. And if anyone wants to partner, work with Brian, please feel free to contact him or contact any of the members of the SASTEP team. Thank you, Brian. Our next presenter will be Orion Herman. You are supposed to be first, but he's now fourth in place. Orion, please may you start your presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, Thabo, and all protocol observed. I just want to share my screen quickly.
We can see your screen.
Fantastic. Okay, great. My name is Orion Herman. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Liquid Gold, and we're an exciting high-growth company in the circular economy of sanitation with very unique dry sanitation technology that allows for upfront source separation with nutrient recovery that's a highly valuable fertilizer to kickstart the circular economy. As a lot of people have mentioned, we understand there's a lot of challenges with regards to water. We understand infrastructure, but we perceive it as entrepreneurs, we perceive it as an opportunity. Not only is there water challenges, but there's also, we have to look at how water flows and the impact of centralized systems. So in doing decentralized systems allows us then to capture nutrients and potential phosphorus upfront versus downstream, allowing us to take a lot of the load off our wastewater treatment plants. Further to that, the environmental impact of nitrogen and phosphorus, as we see in Hartebeespoort Dam, overload of algae and phosphorus causes eutrophication, unfit for human consumption and aquatic life. But as well, we've also got to look at the geographical layout and positioning of South Africa and the African continent. Versus taking a European design, we got to think off-grid. And when we have access to infrastructure, we got to think about networks, sewage networks, water networks, and applying alternative technology to handle it from a safe, hygienic perspective. But the last point as well is with regards to food security. We understand the chemically induced or product fertilizer is causing a hell of a lot of nitrogen overflow into our wastewater treatment plants, into our aquatic systems. And I mean, if you look at the way agriculture is moving, people have to move towards biological or organic. And being able to capture this toilet resource, particularly urine, gives us a brilliant aspect. Scientists for years have been saying we should be turning the very urine back to the soils that feed us because all the nitrogen and phosphorus sits within that. But the way we close this gap and fulfill these opportunities is through our technology. We offer a EcoFlow, which is a waterless urinal valve that goes into both public and private sectors. Further to that, we have Africa's first gender-neutral pee-only toilet. That's right, you have a urinal now for both males and females. Most 4 out of 5 flushes are contributed towards urinating. It's not a surprise that people urinate more than they do number 2. And being able to keep the urine versus fecal matter completely separate, like nature does, not only do you dry up the fecal matter faster and keep the moisture down, but then you're also able to capture this valuable content, urine. So most women in public areas are taught never to sit or touch the technology. So therefore, we just changed the design and kept the behavior the same, allowing no touch, especially during COVID-19, where no touch, sort of technology. So this plays well into our value proposition. Further to that, we were able to put our solutions into a sort of a mobile solution where we called it an e-container, a completely dry ablution facilities. We were able to offer our technology as a complete solution, a package solutions, and then partner with the likes of like EnviroSand, EcoSand, where you're offering both a 1 and 2 option, but then you're also separating at source. You're keeping the fecal matter separate and the urine separate for allowing for treatment. But last but not least, we have the diamond reactor. This is our optimized nutrient recovery facility, which is completely decentralized, can do treatment on site. So the reason why we went through this, and thanks to SESTEP and WRC, is now we've moved to optimization, because to move urine, as you can imagine, it will be a logistic nightmare. But being able to treat on site and recover your nutrients on site is a far more viable solution. So for every 88 liters, we'll recover 1 kilogram of fertilizer from our process. And because of our internal IP of how to capture this valuable nutrients and not lose the ammonia, allows for internal trade secret for allows us to expand. But further to this, we also get grey water from our treatment facility, which then also allows us to use that grey water into, for example, low flush toilets. So then you're keeping the water within a closed loop system, not being dependent again from the system. So with regards to our value proposition and capturing a market, we use an integrated product business. So therefore, we've got a uniquely patented upfront technology that is linked, that can be fitted into our existing infrastructure, a mobile unit, off-grid community, as well as new builds. So we're both in the public as well as the private sector where we can capture from source. We also link that with a service level agreement to create jobs through the process in both sectors. But as well, we also offer a approach of complete solutions. So we call it sanitation in the box, the e-container, that also has a standalone nutrient recovery facility. This allows us to relook at the business model in terms of creating franchise and job opportunities within communities, taxi ranks, human settlements, as well as the private sector. Our approach is the circular economy, because we understand that the nitrogen and the phosphorus that comes from recoveries, it's got a high valuable market value, as well as with SESTEP and WRC, is to get the certification on these products. This is very important in order to service our offtake agreements. So, and being able to, as you know, going to the doctor, you do a test, and they're able to tell a lot from the urine. Once you have fresh urine, that means you've got fresh data that'll come through. So if we're able to then tell if there's an outbreak disease in a school or community, we'll be the first to know, because we're capturing your undiluted urine from this, which adds into the circular as well as smart economy. So as you know, with the market is very, very huge, but just to give you an addressable market, just on the, for example, the mining and the agriculture perspective, it's a 620 million rand market that we can tap into from a private sector. For example, one of our projects at Exaro, where we're diverting urine from a state-of-the-art building into collection tanks, allows us to tap into this market as well. But just to handle schools, for example, and Brian and all the guys would know, that's almost a 3 billion market share just to address proper sanitation within schools. And if you look at the fertilizer industry, organically, biologically, it's growing quite rapidly. And to date, in the South African market, you're looking at about 620 million globally. So we understand the market is there. So changing the sanitation from an on-profit into a profit, there's a lot of business opportunity associated to it. So the benefits for this, why would a municipality, a corporate, a CSI, a nonprofit benefit from this? Not only is it waterless, it's circular and smart, it's decentralized solution, allowing you not to be dependent on any sewage network. It's also gender neutral to protect women and youth. More importantly, especially after COVID-19, well, with regards to health, it's very important, non-touch technology, the safety of women and girls, especially in terms of engaging with it, being able to do it, we've been able to separate at source as well. And from economical benefit, doing job creation through franchise models. For example, every container that we deploy, we create one janitor. As Brian mentioned, there's no silver bullet when it comes to sanitation. People are very important, and all your stakeholders are very important for the upkeep, the maintenance, and the ongoing solution for this. Guys, so our team, we got a team of 16 guys at the moment. We've partnered, we are one of the accelerators in the Toilet Board Coalition, so we've got the global market associated to that. We've been mentored by Venolia. Tia was also one of our previous funders with regards to the WE stands and ushering in that technology. A very critical part of his WRC by testing the end user acceptability on our female urinals. We also partnered with University of Cape Town as well, Professor Dylan Randall and his team, just to constantly get the R&D, the science, which is very important in terms of this. So our awards, we've kept the global title in Portugal in 2018, which is very important because, as mentioned before, moving sanitation from a non-profit to a profit is key to play in this technology space and just see what the business model associated is. We also recently won the South African Innovation Awards in 2019. So awards are really, really great, but it's getting the technology done on the ground, getting user acceptability and moving the needle associated to it. So the production that we have in the market so far to date, we've got over 5,000 waterless urinals in the market. We used to sell it directly, but we've changed it to a service level agreement. This is just from a proper, better management perspective. We've also got 6,200 active female users using our female urinal with a 95% acceptance rate so far. We've also been able to distribute our product into the UK, Netherlands, New Zealand for that, and actually got orders now from Switzerland. We've also we've got 22 e-containers into schools at present, servicing both Eastern Cape, KZN, and Mpumalanga at present, and doing well and growing quite rapidly. But more importantly, to make sure we remain sustainable and viable, we've got an offtake agreement of our fertilizer that we generate from our reactor of 80 tons a month for the next 24 months, which allows us then to stop growing the business associated with that. So the difference is, and in terms of approach, is that we focus primarily on the urine. So we're able to help like different companies like EnviroSand, EnviroLoo, Sanitec, where we're able to capture the urine and able to turn the urine into a valuable product associated to it. So I believe more in collaboration associated to this, and we believe with the partnership within the local network and the right partners, we can really, really grow this industry. All right, guys, so we believe at Liquid Gold that one man's waste becomes another man's gold, and that's why we call it Liquid Gold. If you have any questions or any contact details are on the screen, and yeah, if anything you need to know, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Orion, for the wonderful presentation and your current success that is going on. Can I have any of the panelists ask Orion a few questions?
Yes, thanks, Thabo. I have a question to Melo here.
Yes, please.
Yeah, the question is, can you, as part of your nutrient recovery, do you get fogs also? Are they separately recovered, or is it just on the phosphates and so on for out of the urine? But can you also out of the liquid, maybe do you get a significant amount of fogs? Because I think that also in terms of eco-fuel is the way to go as an additive to eco-fuel in the future.
So good question. So there's a lot of byproducts that we can look at in terms of the urine, but our primary focus at the moment is capturing the ammonia, and so we precipitate the urine. And what we get is a nitrogen and phosphorus and calcium compound associated to it. It can go through a second treatment for liquid fertilizer associated to it. And then obviously the third treatment would be a normal filtration system with a UV to make completely drinkable water. But at the moment, our focus is primarily just on the nitrogen and phosphorus at the moment.
Sorry, Thabo, I don't think my question was quite answered. So I'm saying you might be getting byproducts in terms of fogs in the liquid out of wastewater, so which will be your fats, oils, and greases, which can be used as an additive in eco-fuel going forward for eco-diesel and all of that. So I'm saying I know your focus currently is for the phosphates and so on, but are you not by any chance getting a byproducts in terms of fogs, fats, oils, and greases?
No, not at all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tumelo, for the question. Any of the other panelists?
Yes, please, Thabo. Marlene here.
Marlene, please go ahead.
Thanks. Thank you, Orion. An impressive history. Well done, guys. It's great to see that. A quick question with regard to your phosphate, nitrogen, calcium-rich fertilizer. You're referring to certification of your end product. Can you elaborate on this certification, please?
Yes. So with SASTEP and WRC at the moment, we're optimizing our process. with regards to the precipitation. So the certification process needs to be analyzed by an agriculture lab in terms of the micronutrients. The certification also needs to ensure that whether we treat from a local perspective or internationally, we constantly get the same ratio and characteristics out of our process. We're closest in terms of the UN's characteristics. We're closest to the superphosphate characteristics at the moment. So we won't be able to sell we'll be able to sell our products as white label into fertilizer industries that will be able then to complete the nutrient compound depending on yield or crop requirements. But it is important that we go through DAF, which is the Department of Agriculture, in order to get the certification process. But all our results must come back from agriculture labs and university labs confirming our outputs and characteristics, which is an important part of our licensing.
Thanks, Ryan. Follow up, who's the certification body then?
So we'll have to apply through DAF, which is the Department of Forestry and Industry. They will be able to do to certify the product is biologically sound.
Okay, so it's not certified yet. You are it's work in process.
Yes, it's work in process. Our goal is to do it within the next 2 to 3 quarters in order to do that. And that's why working with SASTEP and WRC, they're helping us accelerate that process. Because as you can imagine, being able to offer a byproduct that comes from human waste, we need to make sure that we've got all our bells and whistles ticked associated to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got one last question, and this one is actually, it's not directed to you, Orion, but I think it's more as well to the panelists. And this question is asking, with over 300 unemployed water graduates and an accelerated shift towards non-water sanitation systems, this further diminishes the chances of attaining employment. Are these technologies being shared with TVET colleges so that we can encourage students to look at these new innovations as business opportunities? And if we fail to do this, we'll be producing graduates who are unemployable going forward in the future. And this is from Tony Bowers. I don't know if one of the panelists maybe can answer this question.
We'll be talking about innovation as an
I'll give it a shot, Thabo. This is Tumelo.
Yes, please.
Yeah, in fact, I had that sort of as some of my comments there to say, I think we're not looking at the water cycle in the country from womb to tomb, so to speak, from river back to river. And that's a challenge because we need to look at it from that way, from lake or river to back to the natural, and the entire cycle. I think the department is ideally placed to oversee that, but I'm not sure if that is the case, because you can see that everything is just done in silos, in a piecemeal approach. So yes, there's opportunity, but we need to have somebody, and not necessarily an individual, looking at the entire water cycle from a holistic point of view, end to end, and then plugging all the necessary things along the line, including skills development, long-term planning, reuse. There's a whole lot of things that can be done. Thanks.
Thank you, Tumelo, so much. That's a great answer. Actually, I think this question should be shifted, I think, to Salga and the WRC and the Department of Housing, Water and Sanitation. And this, actually, I think I'm hearing someone. Is that William?
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah, this is Akin speaking.
Oh, this is Akin, okay. Akin, yes. You wanted to say something, please?
Yes. So that's part of, that's a very, very good question. As part of SASTEP, what we are working on also is with regards to value chain development. So once we start getting this, like Orion's technology now, once we get it to a point whereby it's working well, we'll start looking at business models that we can plug behind this. And that's the reason why we brought in Orion and Brian onto this platform, because you can see how the two technologies fit nicely together. So you have Brian, where you are harvesting the urine and it's flowing into Orion's reactor, where you get a certified a fertilizer product. So just imagine now, you now set up a franchise model behind this, whereby graduates can take up this reactor, harvesting urine from settlement and turning that into fertilizer. I'm not sure whether Orion mentioned it. You already has like an offtake agreement to sell up to 80 tons a year of his product. So once we start developing such a value chain, we will start creating value, start turning waste into valuable products that can go into the market and make money, create employment, and create an industry. So that is what we are looking at, but it's still at the conceptual stage. And as we move along in developing this check, all these other elements will start coming in. And it's something that we are closely looking at. And that's the whole essence of SASTEP, to bring in commercialization and industrialization into the water and sanitation space. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Akin, so much. I think everyone who's listening in, you must contact Akin, Wada, which is Manjusha Sunil, Dr. Manjusha Sunil. Also Dr. Valerie Naidu, who's the Business Development and Innovation Executive at the WRC, and William Moraka from Salga as well. I'm just mentioning a few names, and they're all participants here, and I think they can give a lot of direction in terms of the answering and creating this environment where all the stakeholders and no one is left out in this process. But thank you, everyone. Let us move forward. Can I have Ms. Mokwena from Bashumi to give us the next presentation?
Thank you, Tabo. Thank you. Let me upload my presentation.
Are you succeeding?
I'm still trying to upload it. Oh, my browser is failing me. I cannot upload it.
Okay, maybe then let me move on to the next presenter whilst you're trying to fix the technical difficulty.
That's what I said.
Can I ask Mark Latrobe from Envirolu?
You prepared enough. That's what I told you.
Good morning, I'm here.
Yes, please, can you start
Good afternoon, sorry. I'm going to just skip to the next. I think we all know the problems. Thank you to the WRC.
Sorry, Mark, to interrupt you. Ms. Mokwena, please, may you switch off your mic? Okay, thank you. Mark, please go ahead.
Right, you got me? And you can see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
And can you hear me all right?
We hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you very much. I skipped the first screen. I think we all know the problems we face. And thank you to Salga, WRC, and SASTEP for inviting us. I've got a very quick presentation in that we are showcasing technology from China that we are evaluating and testing in the field. It's early days. Sorry, Laurie. You need to unmute, Laurie. Can you hear me now, Laurie?
Mark, we can hear you. The only issue I think that we're seeing is that I think Bashumi has still got their screen on. And I'm asking our technical people to actually remove it and allow you to share your screen. Hello, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, can you try and share your screen?
Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see it clearly. You can go ahead.
Okay, great. Did you hear me previously, or do I need to start again?
We heard you previously. You don't have to start again.
Right, great. Okay, guys, so this is a technology that's come out of China, part of the Reinvent the Toilet challenge, and we are a local manufacturer and supplier of sanitation system, and we are evaluating and testing the clear environmental technologies here in South Africa. It's still early days. Due to the COVID, we had lengthy delays. We finally commissioned and started up plus minus 1 month ago. The first samples have only gone in for testing this week, so we eagerly await those results. If I can just show you what we've got on the top left, this is a containerized version, 4-seat system that has its built-in treatment plant back end on this section of the container. And then we have what we call a TT6, which is this one on the top right. The TT5, sorry, it can accommodate up to 600 flushes per day for the 4 toilet seats. And the TT6 up to 6,000 flushes per day. And this system hooks into an existing infrastructure. And that on the bottom right, you can see is the building we've hooked into, which is gravity fed. And then this is the back end, the treatment site. This is a school that we've are evaluating at. It's the first of the 2 of the 4 systems that came in. And that just gives you, the bottom left gives you an idea of it uninstalled with a collection tank and the actual 2 treatment plants. Hooking into an existing grade R toilet ablution facility, which is this building, top right behind the system. And then we've got a senior block, which has a combination of 20 seats that we've hooked into, as well as urinals.
Sorry, Mark, to interrupt you. Please, can you put it in presentation mode? Maybe some people can't see it clearly.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Right at the far left, you can just start from, and then click on the second one, from current. Oh, no. Okay, no, it's fine. I think just continue, Mark, for time's sake.
Okay, great. So how it works is we have our input from the front end, and then it goes through to the back end. It's a closed circuit 100% recycling system. We load it with water into the collection tank. The outputs that you see on the top right here is what we'll be testing from an ISO 3500 point of view. I think everyone can just see it moves into the various different tanks, collection tanks, and goes into the reactors, biofilm, and finally through a membrane, and then it is UV through a UV process and ozonating. And then the water is just circulated for the next flush. It's a once-off loading system, and there will be a slight evaporation lost, but then we recover that from urine, newly introduced urine into the system. I think we all know the business model and the potential market out there. We early days, as I said, so we've still, our process and what we'll be evaluating now is to check on suitability, financial, and affordability from a, financial viability and sustainability from a local point of view. Obviously, manufacturing to scale is an important part for us, and that is a process that we are busy with now in terms of creating a local bill of quantities, and then we'll go into our manufacturing and investigation from a local procurement point of view. Obviously, we're all looking from a job creation, skills upliftment, and there will be, from the desludging point of view, that we are encouraged that there could be a waste to value proposition as well. Obviously, all these systems during the evaluation process that's going to last through to mid next year, we'll be able to understand the servicing and maintenance requirements, affordability of that, because that's a key element to whatever sanitation system that eventually goes out into the marketplace. Our partners, in terms of the team, obviously SASTEP, Clear, it's a Chinese company based in Suzhou, China, the Water Research Commission, and then, of course, us as the evaluator. And we've been in the business for the last 26 years. And that's the end of my presentation for now.
Thank you, Mark, for the wonderful presentation. Could I ask the panelists to ask him a few questions, please?
Hi, Tabo, is Nanda here?
Nanda, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for the presentation. Just checking, where have you trialed and tested this? I see you just showed us a picture of a school. And and what are you seeing as some of the benefits coming through? Thanks.
So this is early days, as I say. This pilot project should have commenced February of this year, but due to the COVID and all the delays in China at the factory itself, the goods we only received the goods during June. So we are delayed, and the evaluation process has been extended. This is at the first school. It's based in Schamdorf, Krugersdorp, the school itself. We've set up one of the plug-in and play TT6 systems. That's the green one you saw. And then one of the yellow containerized one at the same school. The school has approximately 1,200 learners and 37 educators, so they will be using these systems. As I say, we only commissioned, and after all the civil works and installing, we commissioned, first test switch on was 24th of August. So we've been going just over a month. And as I say, we got to, the first samples were taken this week, in fact, yesterday, and have gone through to the lab for the first testing. So we're a long way from achieving or understanding the system under our local conditions. The end aim is to have local manufacturing, which we would do in Johannesburg. Obviously, the ideal would be to export sub-Saharan Africa or into Africa. But as I say, we've still got a lot of evaluating to do, a lot of testing to do, ensuring ISO 3500 accreditation. Yeah, our program will run till 31 August next year, and we hope that we'll achieve results, sufficient results prior to that, but that's the length of the potential program.
Thank you, Mark. Rajiv, I thought I'd seen you wanting to ask something.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Mark. Just a question on what is your preferred business model for this particular project? I understand that you still have pilots and there's still some testing that you need to do, but what's the business model that you see going forward?
Obviously, it could be, it's definitely schools, rural schools and clinics, urban as well, informal settlements. Aiken did allude to the one project with the Johannesburg Water, where we're going to test one of the systems shortly in an informal settlement. So the private sector, public sector, the market, it can go anywhere.
Thanks, Mark. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we'll have to thank you and close this this presentation now. But if anyone wants to contact Mark, they can contact him through him or through any of the members of the SASTEP team. Thank you, Mark. The next presenter, oh, thank you, Mark. The next presenter we'll have is Les Lange, and he is from Sizana. Please, may you start your presentation.
Well, thank you. Platform. I'll just share my screen and then we can start. Is that visible as it is?
Yes, it is.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce our slide on gutter technology, invented specifically to fast-track rainwater harvesting, especially in rural, peri-urban, and informal settlement areas with no municipal water supply. There are a few low-hanging fruit initiatives that will improve water service delivery hugely in the short term and at relatively low cost. And large-scale rainwater harvesting is one of them. To harvest rainwater, we need a roof, a gutter, downpipes, and a tank. The weakest link is the gutter. Traditional gutters require rafters, fascia boards, and brackets. These gutters are exposed on top to trap leaves and are unhygienic, as you can see there. A relatively high level of skill is also required to install it. Many dwellings cannot install traditional gutters, and this is preventing rainwater harvesting. 6.5 million dwellings, or roughly 38%, of formal and informal dwellings do not have water supplied to the yard. Rainwater harvesting, therefore, has a huge potential to alleviate their plight, and the Zambezi gutter innovation solves this problem. Zambezi gutters simply slide on and are secured to metal corrugated iron roofs or IBR roofs. There are 8.5 million formal dwellings and another 3.2 million informal dwellings with metal roofs. That represents roughly 68%. Plastic Zambezi gutters are UV protected and hail resistant. Right, here we do have a demonstration of the Zambezi gutter. It is the gutter that's installed onto corrugated iron with its end cap and outlet going into a small little rainwater harvest tank. At the moment it is raining. As you can see there, the water flows down the valleys of the corrugated iron into the gutter, into this compartment, and then it goes down to the tank. Prototype installations were done together with the water research through the WADA program at various sites to demonstrate the ability to work on roofs that cannot accept traditional gutters and also that can replace traditional gutters. Prototypes were installed at an office as a retrofitting project and also at an industrial factory. Roughly 100 meters of gutter that was installed by one person on a Saturday morning on a roof that cannot handle traditional gutters. Those 5,000 litre tanks both filled within 2 weeks in the raining season during January this year, and the water was kept, you can see the red line there, for backup purposes. Prototypes were also installed, as you can see there in the background, on roofs in an informal settlement, and that 5,000 litre tank filled within 4 weeks, and it stayed full until roughly in March, and then as the rain faded, the water was drawn down and was used extensively.
And it's quite a privilege to have these Zambezi gutters, actually, as I know them when they come and store some here. I managed to store one at my mom's place in Zimbabwe. And many people, they like the idea because it's quite simple and it's affordable and it saves a lot of water.
Prototypes were also installed at the informal settlement house of Maria, where traditional gutters cannot be installed.
The water did help us. The time was no water here at Zanzibar. It did help for the toilet, washing.
Regarding the business model, it supports the complete rainwater harvesting value chain to over 5,000 retail outlets through an association with JoJo tanks that we are busy developing. Growth opportunities include dwellings with no on-site water, informal dwellings, housing, commercial industry, retrofitting, and exports, especially to dry neighboring countries like Botswana and Namibia. It will also have spin-offs for other industries like tanks, low flush and non-sewer toilets that we were told about this morning. Very, very good synergy with Volumons for the water filtration, as we can assist with the rainwater harvesting, irrigation, hygiene, firefighting, job creation, and municipal savings in water infrastructure, which should not be underestimated. With regards to investment, the Zambezi gutter was self-funded by the developers and also assisted with co-funding from the Water Research Commission through the WADA program, which assisted tremendously in the rollout and development. Investment is now required for a large rollout into water-needy communities. The all-inclusive average cost estimate for a 6x6 meter house is roughly 5,400 Rand. As you can see the breakdown there, and grant funding can assist, especially on the indigent households. The team has decades of experience in water innovation and problem solving, especially in municipal environments. And I'm sure you will recognize the water meter box standing there on the right. Millions have been rolled out. Synergy lies in the experience, ability, skills, and equipment to convert innovative ideas into quality end products, and that all under one roof. Call to action. Rainwater harvesting, we believe, is a low-hanging fruit to uplift water service delivery to the next level, especially to those who do not have water at their homes. We hereby challenge Salga, Department of Human Settlements, Water Sanitation, COGTA, DTI, and municipalities to action by uplifting water service delivery through facilitating rainwater harvesting at those 6.5 million dwellings that has no water on site. We propose a rainwater harvesting pilot program, which is scalable, but let's say for 10,000 indigenous households in areas with high rainfall. As you can see there, the rainfall map is shown, and there are 4 areas with pretty high rainfall, which one can look at. eThekwini comes to mind after listening to Mr. Mzweli this morning. Implement policy to enforce rainwater harvesting everywhere and to reduce the load on government to provide water from far, on government not to have to provide water from far distances at huge cost. Question, why use Zambezi gutters for rainwater harvesting? The answer is simple, because it solves the weakest link, namely the gutter. Any questions?
Thanks, Les. It's Christabel here. I've just got a quick question for you. So I'm assuming that well, I actually can't assume, is the water primarily supposed to be for drinking water? So are you partnering it, you mentioned with the filter application, the Vollemans filter, is that the main intended use for this technology, or is it just also for non-potable water, for non-drinking water source?
The main use for the water will be for on-site use grey water, not specifically for drinking because of the dirt that may sit on the roof, which may come down. But for that reason, we believe there's very good synergy with Vollemans filters that can then clean that water to drinking water quality. However, our experience in Southern Africa, in South Africa in particular, you will have noticed the one screen with the numbers on there, nearly 200,000-300,000 dwellings that do have rainwater harvesting, and the people often do drink that water. It is, after all, rainwater, which is relatively clean.
Thank you so much. We've got one question from the audience, from Gail. Gail is asking, do you think the gutters will be baboon-proof?
Just repeat the question.
Do you think the gutters are baboon-proof? Baboon as in the animal.
Yes. Well, firstly, I mentioned that the gutter is secured to the roof. So firstly, it strengthens the roof structure because it's actually often the traditional gutters, if there are serious wind blowing, the wind blows the gutters off the roof and pulls with it, the fascia boards and stuff. It makes the roof stronger, and it's also closed on top, so the baboons won't be able to scratch around in the gutters for foodstuffs or whatever is inside there. And they are pretty tough, but one never knows how strong the baboon can be.
Thank you so much. for that, and thank you everyone for participating. Unfortunately, we cannot receive the last presentation due to time constraints, and I have to close and hand over to the next session, which is Mr. William Moraka. But thank you for everyone who's participated, the panelists who joined us and took their time to actually come and analyze these innovations, and the audience who I know will be contacting the innovators in the coming months. So can I, at this time, close this session and hand it over to Mr. William Moraka from Salga?
No, thanks, Thabo and colleagues. We've kept you longer than anticipated, and let's firstly apologize for that. However, it was necessary for us to go through some of these important presentations, because I suspect the next time we will be meeting will be perhaps next year this time. I won't keep you too long. My part is basically to suggest the way forward, and perhaps Valerie can do the vote of thanks. And I wish to indicate, colleagues, that there are about 5 takeaways from this launch. It was an exciting launch in my own opinion. And at a strategic level, colleagues, we did hear yesterday that our politicians have shown the willingness to support this initiative. And I think as Salga, we will be taking that opportunity and ensuring that we move forward with that. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, at the policy level, we did hear a lot of outcry, for lack of a better word, about issues of procurement. And we have committed ourselves that we will be engaging with National Treasury. And perhaps if Morgan is still here, let's just consolidate all our efforts to ensure that when we go to Treasury, we go there as a united force. And then whilst on the policy issue, we also need to look at the funding instruments in terms of ensuring that we move forward on this innovation. At the technical level, there has been a lot of emphasis on collaboration, and importantly that we would need to look at how private sector comes to the fore in taking some of these initiatives forward. At the operational level, colleagues, and this is where the rubber hits the road, we're going to have to look at a way of how Salga facilitates implementation of these innovative technologies in municipalities. And I think the wisdom that has been shared here collectively by everyone has given us some ammunition to essentially sharpen these platforms that we've created. We will refine them, and importantly that we will look at a way of ensuring that we sell them to municipalities and the politicians and keep it as a sustainable forum going forward. So those will be my few closing remarks. As I said, that I wish not to keep you too long, and perhaps let me hand over to Valerie to close the session officially. Val?
Val, you muted, please unmute.
Oh, sorry, the virtual platforms. Firstly, let me just say thank you to everyone for staying on, to the speakers, to the program directors, to the Salga and WRC colleagues that set this up. It does take a lot of work. And I think what came out of the session was really interesting. I think we'll take some lessons out of it. And we'll definitely try and improve these platforms going forward. I think doing a virtual sort of pitch session didn't quite work as well. Just to the guys doing the pitches, remember in a typical session like this, once you hit your 5 minutes, you get cut off. So I think we'll use this as as a training ground until the next sessions. But thank you very much. I think those were really useful. I think for the people that were in here, the one thing that is very clear is that we're putting quite a bit of effort, not only on the tech around off-grid kind of systems that are required to meet that 20 to 30% unserviced or poorly serviced water and sanitation areas in the country. So there's a lot of emphasis around that. And let me say, I hope you have a good lunch and the rest of the day. And I think one final comment from us, we were supposed to run a survey. We will do this at a later stage post the tech platform. But between William and our teams, we'll meet again and try and see how we can best improve these platforms going forward. And any of your suggestions in that survey would also be very welcome. So thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Yes, guys. Thank you very much.